Soul Journey of Life on social media.
This is an awakening.
Snap out of it! Thought-provoking, challenging the popular perspectives, critical of today's opinions. We go all the way in deep. What's a thought's worth if thoughts must conform to ill-conceived theories and so-called orthodox beliefs, twisted opinions of hypocrisy? How do we reach new heights? Ascend to higher realizations, activate the powers of abstract reasoning. We must break the chains that hold us down from celestial flights. Face what you think you know with what you have yet to know. For the moment, never mind how you believe things ought to be. We must revolutionize our minds for there to be a clear way to unify. For that to happen, we must have a seat at the table all over again. Just making sure the light works. Unlock the keys of scrutiny. Revive what it means to pursue knowledge. Manifest the God in we, you and me. Welcome to your wake-up call. Soul Journey of Life. Conscious Black social media. The light dome. Let's see. Testing 1, 2, mic check. In the name of Allah, the compassionate, the merciful. This is your brother, Abdul Wadud, aka Questman, coming at you live. Once again, Soul Journey of Life, Conscious Black social media. I'd like to begin by greeting those viewing right now. Assalamu alaikum, rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Shalom. Peace and blessings be with you. And the mercy of the Most High. And Hotep, love, compassion, and all that. All those words which I could use to bid you, wellness, love, and respect. Because that's all this brother has for you. It's love and respect. Okay, so as you can see, the title of this particular live is a continuation, The Making of False Gods, Part 3. Thou shalt not have other gods before me. And it is my intention to try to dig into the significance of these words, whether they are relevant or not. That would be for the listener to decide. Your views upon those words, as well as perhaps the reference. Again, that's all for the viewer to decide upon, including the content that I speak of.
Um, and give me a second here. I'm just clicking the screen. And I'd like to remind you, if anything, the things that I say here, the things that I talk about may or may not conform um, with what you may believe to be true. And the things that I'm saying are not being said to belittle what you believe, nor enlarge what you believe, um, but to speak in a contemplative way. These are thoughts, and they in there is contained opinions, perspectives. You understand? Sometimes even perspectives that are contrary to my own personal uh, fundamental beliefs or fundamental views. You understand? But there are thoughts that are put to to deal with, to take on. I'm one of those that believe adamantly that what I stand upon. If my foundation is solid, it doesn't matter what I think or you think, it's going to hold. And if it's not solid, if there's holes in this foundation, then it'll be revealed. And it may mean that, as a person who journeys to elevate, that I have to leave behind the falsehood and embrace the higher truths or the clearer truth of the matter. So, yes, indeed. Welcome, Sister Lorraine and Brother Gary. So, it's not, again, this isn't intended to offend. This isn't, this side versus that side, or, oh, he's this, so he's only going to say that. You might be surprised that I'm the kind of brother that, I'll say my sincere thoughts, irrespective of what some scholar may have said, what some sheikh may have said, or an imam, or a rabbi, or a priest, or whoever. If the thought comes to my mind and it needs to be dealt with and it needs to be discussed, or I feel that it needs to be uh, looked at, I'm going to speak about it. You understand? I'm going to speak about it, and I'm going to, speak honestly about it and not bite my tongue. Because for me, that is part of the manner of those who pursue knowledge. One of the things I often ask is, many of us were taught to seek knowledge, and there's no strings attached to that per se. There's no what I want to say. It's not necessarily conditional. This pursuit of knowledge. Um, you might also consider, what's the point of pursuing knowledge in the first place? Why pursue knowledge? And these are divine dictates. These aren't just something that someone just does randomly. The divine dictates, which makes sense because it's according to our nature. Our nature is we want to know. We thirst to understand. You know, there are those of us who shut that down and box that in, and like to take an easier way that they might perceive to be easy. They don't want to do the work to know. They'd rather someone do the dirty work of research and all that, and then whatever they say, that must be what is. Well, that person said this is this and this is that. Orange juice. Instead of getting up and pursuing the knowledge for themselves and doing either analytical reasoning, you know collaborate with other people's reasoning, come to the table and try to strive closer to making sense of the life you live. It's not enough to just um take on hearsay And I'm one of those that adamantly believe that if something is divine in origin, the words of the Most High, or coming from something of that nature, that it can stand the test of time, the test of reasoning, the test of any of the things that we use to evaluate truth. It's resistant to that. It can't, truth can't be defeated. You understand? No matter what, people, I mean, all of us on the place of this earth have some kind of opinion. You understand? Some opinions that we've elevated higher than others in our mind, some that we hold on to and cherish. And in some ways, they end up becoming false gods. We'll deal with that in the course of this conversation. That's the intention anyway. So I want to put this here. Yeah, that ought to work. All right. So I would encourage the brothers and sisters viewing to like, share, and subscribe, and get this, get those to tap in and watch and take an opportunity to build with a brother. Um, let's see. I do have some, I guess, good news. Souljourneyoflife.org is back online for those interested in subscribing to that. Um, I still, am going to encourage anybody that would be supporters to show some support to the cause of Soul Journey of Life, so that it can remain online, because this, again, is not a task that I could do all by myself to keep afloat a social media platform intended for the community, and unfortunately lack sufficient community support and involvement. Um, so buckle your seatbelts, so to speak. And here's the thing about when it comes to building in this way. You understand? One person used to, remind me, you always hold on to your foundation. You hold on to your foundation, and regardless of who says what, but you always, keep the light on so that you can see, because everything isn't your opponent. Everyone is not your enemy, and everything that you come across isn't always something that should be considered suspicious or suspect. Sometimes things come our way that might actually be more of a benefit than meets the eye, more of an opportunity to make a difference in your life. And sometimes that might mean that you've got to get rid of some of the old attachments. It might mean that you were mistaken in some of your perspectives in life, and maybe these other perspectives might get you to where you're wanting to go to begin with, or might open up an ideal destination that you weren't even aware of when it comes to your journey in this life. So, with that said, you see the title there, whatever that means to you. Many of us, we recognize that as being a quote. You understand? A quote of scriptural origins, perhaps even older than that. Because, I often say that you have a math book, but before that math book, somebody had to have the awareness of the content. So you don't get the math book before you get the knowledge. Somebody has to know, and then they say, okay, let's scribe this. Let's put it in the book so that those who come after us can benefit from learning from it. And thus you have the math book, or the science book, or the astronomy book, you name it. Books didn't come before the awareness of what's in the book. And I'm saying that in the case of this here. So, false gods. Question. Is it possible that the devil, in their crafty ways, has slipped one past us? Is it possible that our ideas of what a false god is and what it means is false? Imagine that, right? Literally imagine that. In fact, it is your imagination that may be the key to winning or losing this fight. When you think of adultery, what comes to mind? What ideas come to mind? Let me do this while I'm talking to you. There we go. So the question again is, actually, I like it like that, like this. There we go. The question again is, when you think of adultery, what comes to mind? You understand? What comes to mind? In many of our cases, because of media, movies, cartoons, things of that nature, we've got this idea in our mind that okay, we'll say, oh, well, this is a false god, or this is what this means, or this is what this means. Oftentimes, for example, something like this comes to mind. You see a golden calf, or let me see if I can find one real quick. Something like that. Or what about this right here? What about this? That what comes to mind when you think of false gods? Idolatry? Is that what comes to mind? These type of images? Perhaps, like I said, the golden calf. And as you see here, the image of a six-armed multi-head. Usually you'll see a multi-headed human-like being. This one is commonly called Siva, or the dancing Siva. It's considered to be a Hindu deity, revered by many, many, many people of that way of life. But many people amongst, for example, Christians, Muslims, of the common folk, I say of the common folk intentionally, see these, when they think of false gods, often images like this are produced to discuss the matter or to point out the matter. In fact, wars, battles, even to this day, conflicts have been raged because of something like this. Because of something like this, whether it's true or false, whether it's a false god or not, a lot of drama has come about from these things. The thing I would like us to keep in mind at all times is who is telling and interpreting to us the story. Who is telling us about these false gods and showing, who is giving us this view or this perspective. An enemy, if you have an enemy will not make it easy for you to become aware. Will not make the way towards awareness easy for you. It's not going to show you clear truth so that you can easily grasp, like, oh, okay, well, see, the enemy cares enough about us. At least they've shown us what a false god looks like and what that means. Quite the contrary. A double-edged sword is what the enemy bears. Either placing the truth right in front of you for all eyes to see, but lie to you about its nature, or conceal something about its nature, or hide the truth from you and show you falsity instead. This is what an enemy would do. He's not going to not only show you the truth, but make it easy for you, break it down. Anything that would cause you to hate the enemy more, or to disregard the enemy, or to weaken the enemy, an enemy is not going to do. They're not going to make the way easy for you to say, oh, I know what a false god is. I know what idolatry is. It's not that simple, family. Not that simple. You'd be surprised at how many things, how many lies have been brought to us within the past time range of 400 years, 400 plus years. How many lies, and how many of those lies we've embraced over time to where today we accept them not only as truth, but as normal. So that if someone comes saying anything that sounds like it's contrary to these slave master instilled lies, we would be vehemently against such talk. That's why even a conversation like this from your brother, there are hundreds of people, I imagine, if they got a good listen of this, they would have something to say. Whether it be from what I ascribe to as the walk of life, or from some other walk of life. Some would say that what I'm speaking of here would be heretical, would amount to heresy. This is the way that, gets instilled in people's minds. And who's telling the story? Who encouraged this mindset upon us? Is this something that was produced from our people, from our ancestors? Or is this something that we've inherited from the conditions of enslavement? We've got to look into this. We've got to look into what this means. So the question that I would ask, the question that I would wonder, and let's see if I have something here. I think I do. Give me a second here. The question that I would ask, family, is suppose the truth about false gods was not only very clear, very plainly before our eyes, but many of us have been bowing to them for a long time, perhaps knowingly or unknowingly. And I'm going to show you something here. I'm just getting things ready. Got links and stuff going on here. Just want to show you something. Okay, so go back up here. I can go back up here now. So the question that you will ponder is, what might idols, false gods, idolatry, what might that look like in today's times? How might that materialize versus how it was, how our ancestors dealt with this issue. You understand? Before, and I'm saying this on purpose, before we got this narration from our enemies, because much of what we say today is through the vocabulary, through even the language of our enemy. You got to remember that for a long time, our enemy, as they warred against us, considered everything that we do, that we once did, as heathenistic, as backwards, as inferior, and somehow that which they were upon was superior, correct, proper, righteous, and it was through all of that that we ended up being enslaved as a people. So how do you take a position of a people who don't mean you well, and somehow what they say is right? That's kind of confusing to me. What about this false god right here? Is this a false god? What about that false god? Got any more false gods? How about this false god right here? Is that a false god? Or could it potentially be a false god? How about this one right here? This is a very popular false god. Perhaps. I'll let the listener, um, you know, decide, in your own thoughts. How about this false god? How about that one? What kind of false god is that, right? Let's deal with these false gods. So, again, what would idols, false gods, look like in our times? Perhaps people, if we took this and time traveled back and translated it with the imagery that was shown when, from our enemy to depict false gods, like you saw the golden calves and things like that, perhaps that would be the equivalent of the erecting of golden butts and breasts, golden teeth and dollars. Why am I saying this? Because I wanted to drive into what really makes a false god. What's behind, and no pun intended, what's behind the false gods? What's behind what this is? Point is, regardless of the times, the nature remains the same. The images we see in any age of idolatry mean so much more than the simple display of what is displayed at the center of idolatry. In each of these images that I showed you, whether it was the golden calf, the dancing Siva, as you see, this is supposed to be an image of twerking. In particular, the modern day fascination of the female's lower body part, and the servitude towards modern currency, the fulus, the dollar, and of course the pursuit of fame, which ties into both the other two. So much so that you have an enormous sex market, whether it be legally or illegally. You have enormous marketing revolving around all of that. But it's so much deeper than that, family. So much deeper than that. Let's go ahead and get the twerk off the scene. Remember, your enemy is not going to make awareness easy for you. So if you think that you're ducking the radar or that somehow you're exempted from being deceived, guess what? You're being deceived. Again, the question of the hour would be, if you know one tells lies, if you know one has lied to you to get you to where you are right now, how is it possible for you to believe anything from a liar? How? Anything. A, B, C, D, anything from a liar. How do you come to accept anything that a liar has to say? Okay. Hold on a second. I got to respond to the sister. By the way, if you guys, I'm responding to a sister here. Okay. If you have an interest of supporting Soul Journey of Life, you don't have to rely on Cash App or PayPal. You can also go directly to Soul Journey of Life. In fact, let me just show you how that's done. For the record, you don't even have to, if I remember correctly, you don't even have to initially have an account with Soul Journey of Life if you want to support. But let's show you this real quick. So, Soul Journey of Life. When you type in souljourneyoflife.org, and you scroll down, you're going to see that it won't look like this at first. It'll look like that. We scroll down, you see that little drop down arrow. This is using a laptop. If you were using a laptop or a PC, on the phone, it may look a little different, but it's going to be about in the same location. If you're using Android, you click that drop down arrow and you see Help Center, support the cause, contact us. You're going to want to click support the cause. You get rid of that ad. When you go to support the cause, let me stretch out this so you can see this better. There we go. You're going to see right there, you're going to see support the cause. You're going to see a way to donate, where this is you can either you can select a one-time deal, a weekly deal, a monthly deal, whereas reoccurring or whatnot. You can select given amounts right here, 10, 50, 100, 500, or you can select a customized amount. You could even put in what you want it to be supporting. You can put a comment. If you want some further details, you click next and it goes to the next thing. You just keep on following the steps. Once you do that, you have that's one way to donate if you are not able to use PayPal or the Cash App. So hopefully that helps in that matter. Now, and I will say, in advance, Asante Sana for any support family provides, because it's definitely up for this, because this is not easy, not only to provide the time, but to do the research and put all this together for the presentation. If you remember, it's been about a week. You understand? So it takes some time. Not only that, in addition to just the regular run-of-the-mill lifestyle, work, all that kind of stuff. It's not simple, fam. I can tell you that much. It's not simple at all. And I'm one individual, and I literally have to man this entire battleship. So yeah, Asante Sana for your support. So let's get back into this. through all of this, um, the examples that I've shown you, one factor remains as the target or the center of all of this, and that's your mind. That's the key thing that's being affected. And then once the room or the door of your mind has been kicked in, then the next target is going to be your heart. And once that door's kicked in, then the next target will be your spirit. Let me explain. Let me break this down. And I've talked about the details of dealing with the mind, body, and soul, Merkaba, in some talks before. But I'll try to give you a nutshell of what I'm talking about, so that way, if you follow along in the course of the conversation, you can reference what I'm talking about versus what I'm not. The one talking to you, you understand, not what you see or even hear, but the one doing it, the one that's the source of this content is coming from as you're hearing it, the source. That's what we refer to as the self or the heart. You understand? When I think and reflect, and I can see the images of thought, and I can see memories, content, I'm conjuring these thoughts and images from the mind. I'm looking at the images of the mind. I, the heart, look the images of the mind. I manifest this body. You dig? Okay. So that's the nutshell version of that. We could break that down later. I could have another live about that. Now, like I said, I've already had some lives about it, but that's a very intense topic. So let me put that back over here, because that was blocking my comment feed from you guys. So dealing with the mind, because like I said, that's the first your first external line of defense. Not your body, is your mind. Your mind, because your body has to respond to the orders of your mind. Your mind can give it orders when you decide that, hey, this is something I want to do, right? It's not your mind that's deciding it. Your mind, you conjure from your mind, like, what do we know about this particular thing? I remember this. This is this and this is that. And I like it. In your mind, then you have to say, but wait a minute, do I remember if it's right or wrong? You're reflecting your mind. It's not right. But I like it. So did your mind starts to feed that to you? Like, oh, you like it? Okay. Well, let's show you more reasons why you like it. And all along, your inner self, your inner being, it's bro. You don't get down like this, right? I thought you was trying to be righteous. So your mind has two sides to it. It's not. In the present time versus what it started off as. It is polar. It has polarity, a right and a left, and it's materialized, manifested within your dome, your brain, right? As you see, your brain has two sides, two lobes, a right side and a left side. The right side is considered to be positive or abstract or yin, and the left side is considered to be negative, linear, or yang. That's the nature of your mind. As melanated people, you might be surprised that even ancestrally, we were predominantly right-brained. So much so that a lot of our experiences in life in those days were influenced through right-brainedness. If you look at our ancestry, you will notice the ancient world dominated by symbolism, which is the way the right brain communicates, through symbolisms, through shapes, colors, designs, patterns. This is how the right brain communicates. And I say this because the fools amongst our enemies and the clever ones amongst them like to use our ancestral absence of paperback books or hardback books as evidence for us being ignorant or backwards or prehistoric or whatever. You understand? And that's completely false because, again, you have two sides to your brain, and both of them are very crucial to your progress in life. And I actually want to have a talk about that at some point. Um, there is a scientist, and I like to mention this scientist because I have a respect for him, mainly because I've watched him develop. His name is Neil deGrasse, and I want to talk about some things that he said, not to disrespect him or to discredit, but to show um, the reference points that he leans on as a scientist, and also to present that there's another side that even he doesn't really acknowledge. And while he doesn't verbally acknowledge it, he may not realize that in his oratory, in his communication, he demonstrates this other side. But we'll deal with that in the proper time, inshallah. For now, we need to realize that there's a balance that has been the goal of our struggles in humanity. In ancient Kemet, the symbol Mat is represented by a scale in which the heart is placed upon it and weighed based upon its virtue in this world. The instrument that's interesting is that it's a scale. The intent is to be balanced. That means one side is not overwhelming the other, but it's balance. There's an equilibrium there. This is why I consider the introduction, and some people are going to be backflipping about this, the introduction of the white race. Somebody in the back of the class want to ask me, well, why do you say that what does the white race have to do with linearity, yang, negative, left-brainedness? And the question you might ask, is this good or bad? What if I told you that when it comes to the dominion or the domain of the Most High, it's not a good or bad thing? You understand that that's the matter. It's a harmony thing or a balanced thing. See, our problem had been for a long time, and this is why these people, this is the lesson we have to learn about our adversaries. And our adversaries being those who oppose our existence, for the record. Those who oppose malenated existence. That's an adversary. Obviously, nobody's trying to go, right? So your adversary would be those who want you to, be defeated. Regarding the good and bad of it, when the higher you get in an awareness of self, knowledge of self, the more you realize that you have to even ascend above polarity. Because sometimes you will shake a person's hand with yours, and sometimes with that same hand, you will crack a person's jaw. Meaning that in any given situation, yin or yang can apply. In any given situation, the tools of abstract or linear apply. Our objective, the heart, the objective of the person is to find middle ground in each scenario. And that's how you stay in sync with divine being, in sync with the universe, in sync with it all. The minute anything goes off course, or moves in a way that's off of its path, is when the problems come in. That became our mistake. Our ancestors were highly knowledgeable people, folks. We've been on the planet for 2.5 years. You don't get cavemen out of this. You understand? We were never prehistoric. You understand the prehistoric that you're talking about is pre-Caucasian story. That's the pre-history meaning, their story, but not pre-melanated story. As far as humanity is concerned, there weren't any humans before our ancestors. So there's no pre-story. We didn't evolve from monkeys and apes. They did. You understand? They evolved from monkeys and apes. And the theories and evidence support that. It doesn't support that our ancestry descended from the monkeys and apes. So as far back as you can understand what it means to have ancestors, as far back, has always been our story. In fact, when you want to look at this in a bigger picture, all of this is our story. Everything that's ever happened on the planet Earth and off of it has been our story. There is no pre-history for us. There's no pre-history for us. So as I was saying, we were knowledgeable people. Knowledgeable as in not that we had a bunch of libraries stuffed in our head, or we had a bunch of, but we were aware. We had a greater cognizance than what some of us have today. But the problem is we started to stagnate. We started to, we weren't achieving some of the aims that we would once achieve. So much so that when people will come to us with the next best thing to do, we became kind of resistant. I'll give you an example. The event of Shalom, brother boss man, welcome. If we could recall the event of Akhenaten, the pharaoh Akhenaten, he came in a time and he was groomed and developed by enlightened ones of his time. So much so that it influenced him to reach certain stages of enlightenment, where he decided to move his empire from Upper Egypt, which was closer to modern day Ethiopia, to the mouth or the delta of the Nile, which is further closer to the Mediterranean. Because from his perspective, oh, I'm sorry, let me reverse that around. They wanted to move further in, if I remember correctly. But in any given case, the point is that the position that he was trying to move the empire was strategic. It would have fortified the Kemetic dynasties. But the priesthood had become so abstract, they became so they became so linear in their thinking that they became divided and broken up into different factions. But one thing that many of them had in common is they weren't feeling what Akhenaten was talking about. The minute he passed away, the rulers influenced his son, Tutankhamun, to move the empire back. And if you look at that timeline, if you took a timeline out and marked it right there, and then followed along, you would see that at that point, the Kemetic Empire began to fall apart. You want to know how we got into this land and why particularly us are here now? You got to look back at that time. But let's go even further than that. There were those who had tremendous foresight into the times, the so-called times. Because when you're God conscious, when you manifest divine presence, time isn't even a factor any longer. If you go outside of the planet Earth to get an understanding of what I'm talking about, you don't see time. Time doesn't exist if you were outside of the circumference of the Earth, the sphere of the Earth. Where's time at? Because the sun is there, Earth is there, there's the moon, there's a bunch of. Where's time? Time is only a factor in the linear sense here on the ground level when you see what looks like revolutions, what looks like the sun rising and setting. Revolutions that make the sun look like it's rising and setting, and you call that time. It's all fiction, folks. It's all fiction. Didn't mean to break that to you so harshly, but it's all fiction. What is true though, is that when you are, higher in God consciousness, you see things that, others who aren't at that level can see. And they warned our ancestors not to pursue the course of action that they wanted to pursue when it came to associating with other human-like beings. Other human-like beings, meaning they had resemblance to human features, but they weren't humans. You understand? They weren't humans. Let me say something here. Let me get something here so I could just go do this again. Reference point. So, for example, these are some of the Latin terms, and I find it relevant to use this because just follow along where Latin got some of its terminology from. You'll be surprised. But you have the Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Homo neanderthalis, the Denisovans, Homo forestinus, Homo naledi. Pardon my pronunciation because I don't speak Latin. And then, of course, the Homo sapiens. These are the Latin terms that have been ascribed by Western thought to those beings that lived before them. You understand? Those beings that lived before them. The only reason why they associate themselves with the Homo sapien is because part of their surviving ancestry is still existing. And so it's clear for all eyes to see. The other part of their ancestry is not so clear because of the perspective that society has been given. I'm talking about the Neanderthal. The word homo, contrary to how it's used today, simply refers to the genus that the genus group that they are a part of. It's a term that refers to like a family tree. You understand? And you've got different levels of this. This is what feeds their theory of, and again, it's a theory that they're trying to project, of evolution. I've already had a conversation about this in the last episode of The Making of False God, so check back at that regarding the matter of evolution. For me, they didn't evolve. They simply, as time got on, they didn't evolve in the way that they're describing. There is an evolution going on, but not in the way that they're describing. They, the genetic code of their Neanderthal ancestor, more and more as they interbreeded with our ancestors, those genetics started to be defeated. You see them crying today, right? What are they crying about? Because they see further advancements of that same thing happening right now, that their genetic, because it's not compatible with the earth, is starting to be defeated. Let me tell you something, family, and this might be, a surprise to some people, but everything has a healing mechanism. Everything that lives has a healing mechanism, a way to eradicate something that is not right, a corruption, a disease, a germ. Whatever's not right, the healing mechanism, the natural healing mechanism will kick in. We produced something that wasn't entirely compatible in its nature. The idea that we had to interbreed with something simply because it looked like a human or it was similar to human, and you see that happening today. If you think that this is falsehood, they say history repeats, right? All you've got to do is look into the behavior of today. You've got people who will take animals into their family as family. I've watched videos of people living with monkeys. You understand? As if the monkeys were part of the family. What makes them think that the monkeys are part of the family? And then there's been some disgusting reports. So if you can understand that humanity can behave like that today, what if we rewind the clock back a little bit? We weren't always well-to-do folks. The majority of us had been for some time. But as we started to lose track of balance, the problem with that is we end up becoming inclined to one side versus the other. We can become so much, so abstract that we start to perceive everything as, well, this is just another version of this, or this is just another version of that. And it's just all the same. And so we lose the proper ability to make a distinction when necessary. And that's what happened with our ancestors when it came to encountering these creatures called Neanderthals. Anyway, my point of bringing that up is if you move time forward, this developed into a problem. It developed into a problem. And if you've been paying attention, you'll see how that problem has materialized, has manifested in today's time. So I point that out because I was breaking down to you the abstract and linear. But also, again, we're dealing with foresight. There's a passage that's been, quoted in different ways in response to the introduction of this civilization attempt of this new form of human, this new kind of human. When people were questioning, when the divine ones were questioning the Most High or the adept in the matter, they said, why would you design something or create something that would shed blood and spread mischief? Why do this? And to them it was said, I know what you don't know. That's something that only a person who has foresight can say. When someone and you might have found yourself in a similar predicament when you're working on a project and people are confused at what you're doing. What are you doing there? I'm working on a project, but want to do this and want to do that. No. Just hear me out. Wait out. Be patient. You'll see what comes out of this, because you have foresight in the project that you're involved in. Similarly was the case with our ancestors. And this is how I know that while there is massive amounts of what it means to be evil, corrupt, volatile, shedders of blood, spreaders of mischief, there's another side to the coin. There's another side to the coin, because our ancestors knew what they were getting into. Most importantly, the Most High is all aware of all things. With that said, there's a good side to this. See, the problem now, remember I told you about equilibrium. In this particular case, our equilibrium is gradually starting to balance out again. Not only will certain elements be eradicated that are contrary to the natural development and flow of life, but also there will be a balancing and the placing of proper positioning of humanity. You know the old saying, the way it began is the way it will end. Listen, family, it began melanated. I'm laughing because when I'm talking to you, it's like I see these things right before me. Um, it's clear. It's so crystal clear. It began melanated. It's going to end the way it began. And the thing is that devils know this, and because the devil, nothing wants to die, nothing wants to cease to exist, and will do whatever it takes to try to prevent that from happening. But there's something called the inevitable, meaning what comes to pass must come to pass, and there's nothing that any one person, place, or thing can do about it. It is written, as they would say. It is written. And so, the way it began is the way it ends. Those amongst those who will, who are opposing or who are rebellious to this, don't want to go it alone. You understand? And would rather, or if I can't benefit or exist in the way that I am, if I'm going to lose, you're going to lose with me, and I'll make sure of it. That's the word. That's the enemy. That's the mind of the enemy. So, as I'm saying to you, family, doesn't it make sense that the enemy would not tell you the truth of any of this, particularly the subject matter at hand, false gods, and the truth that the enemy would tell you? It would be told to you in a way to ensure that you don't recognize it. Because the moment you recognize it for what it is, then you would deal with the enemy accordingly. So the enemy doesn't want you to understand the truth about false god, idolatry, and would rather you have this fictitious concept, some cartoonish version of it, where the only thing you can think of is a golden calf or a dancing Shiva. You know, there was a time where when the matter of false gods was about, it wasn't about the imagery or the symbols. It was about the reference point. And I want to build on the symbols here shortly, what that's all about versus what really amounts to as a false god. But we need to keep in mind something here. Before it leaves my thought, we need to keep in mind the agenda of this adversary. We need to be aware of it, as much aware of it as we could possibly be. You understand? And not let up even a little bit. And if you, see any light at the end of this tunnel, don't lose sight of it, because it's easy on this path that the minute you turn away, you lose your way. The minute you turn away from that light, you lose your way. We've got tons of stories, tons of reminders of those who took their sight off of the goal and they lost their way as a result. In some cases, they lost their life. So don't take your eye off of the goal when you see this light. If you're seeing the light now, keep your sight on the goal. Everything will become what it should be. This is why any truly conscious person has no reason to fear. Because you're going to be where you need to be when you need to be there, right on time. If it's your time to go in the process of it, you will not miss the bus. You'll be right on time. Once we've realized that all tools are necessary for one's ultimate success in this life, we will improve our perspectives of right and wrong. Again, right versus left, right versus left, positive versus negative, yin versus yang, abstract versus linear. The conscious person, for the conscious person, it's no longer about verses. It's no longer about verses. I told you that things will balance out, and they will. Right now, the clear imbalance is the wrong mentality are in the positions of authority. Because by nature, there's no compatibility. There is an experience that we should take from all of this, that we have to be balanced in our minds. In order for us to progress in the whole scheme of things, of existence, we have to have a balance, yin and yang, abstract, linear. All of them are essential to our cosmic existence, our celestial existence. And this was the very thing that the absence of caused our ancestors to be taken and enslaved. Because when we encountered our enemy, we perceived them in accordance with our own values and principles, ignoring the linear warning signs that would have been available had we been balanced in that way. When there's this balance, guess what, family? You don't even need to guess if you pay attention. When you have this balance, you are in sync with the divine. You are in sync with the Most High. You are in the direct lane of communicating with the Most High. And when I'm saying communicating and all this, don't ever perceive that I'm speaking in third person. While I tell you that the Most High is closer to you than your jugular vein. That doesn't speak of third person at all. More importantly, it is not the self-image itself. More importantly, it is not the image itself, but what is going on in the minds of those who serve that image. The existing of the image is only an expression interpreting what the people have given themselves to mentally, physically, and more importantly, spiritually. So when we take the example of that golden calf, you're dealing with the culture of a people who cattle was their main currency. You understand? That was their main way of living. It was everything for them. So to be gifted 100 cattle, that was a big deal. That would have been something. You marry my daughter, well, I'm going to need about 500 cows from you. You know what I mean? As soon as I see them 500 cows coming on the scene, I'm like, oh, okay, sweetheart, I'm sorry, but nah, not that simple. But my point is, that was a something viable. You understand, to these people. So much so that it was able to affect their perspectives in life as to what is important versus what's not. And so, once again, you have imbalance. It's not that that the currency model was erroneous or somehow wrong. There's nothing wrong with cows being your means of marketing. But when these cows become all you can think about, when they overwhelm your perspective in life, when they overwhelm the meaning of life, guess what, family? That cow has now become your false god. Those dollars that you like to flash across the screen, you're now flashing before our very eyes your false god. Your devotion. And don't get me wrong, there is an attraction, a natural attraction between the man and the woman. But when it's gotten to the point where the woman feels that she's got to alter her body to either please herself, because that's one of the lines that people, I'm only doing it for myself. Okay, well, where'd you get the idea that this is something to do for yourself? Who told you that, hey, you need more silicone in your behind? Where would you get that idea from? You were just sitting on the couch one day like, oh, you know what I need? I need some silicone in my behind. That'll just make my life better. You got to understand what's in devotion, what's in servitude, what it means to worship. So yeah, even that behind has become a false god. People will kill over that behind. People will lose their lives over the dollar. They will lose their lives over the attempts to achieve fame. What you have, family, are false gods. But you'll come to find that these are actually lesser false gods because there are greater ones. For the time being, let me pause for a moment. I want to put some presentations here real quick that have been given to me. And I want you to know something as I give these presentations, family. I know there are some people who have issue with me, talking about Brother Grandmaster Jay. I'm not really concerned that you have any issues, and if it decreases my viewers or whatever, because there are those who say that I shouldn't, support the brother. It's fine with me because, at the end of the day, I have to stand on my principles and values, things that are in me to stand on. You understand? I have to move with my own two legs. You understand? I can't walk on your behalf and you can't walk on mine. And in this particular matter, I believe that it's principle. It's fundamental for me to be supportive of this brother. You understand? And supportive of those who also support the brother. That doesn't mean I'm an enemy to those who don't, unless, of course, that's the position you've taken. Because for me, the enemy would be someone who would wish that I didn't exist or would do things to hinder my existence and the existence of those I care about. Those are my enemies. Whoever you be, whatever complexion you may have. You understand? For me, it's about the unity individually and collectively. So said, let me begin with this first scene here. because I believe that those who are about this, those who are really, really about this, have a job to do. Hopefully you can see this. So right here, this is the GoFundMe of, let's see here. Hold on a second here. Let me get back to this thing here. Let me make sure you guys can see. All right, cool. That's the GoFundMe of the Grandmaster J Legal Defense Fund. I encourage you to show your support. To me, this is our story in the continuation. I don't say in the making because our story has been going on. But this is a part of our story. This is a page in our story. Whether you accept it or reject it, it's still part of our lifeline. It's still part of something that's happening and relevant to us as a people. And, I'm one of those that believe that the way we respond to things that happen to us says a lot about who we are as a people. The way we respond, whether it be great or small, to things that happen to us. When you see, the young women being mistreated by those in the positions of authority, young men and women, adult men and women, all of them having one thing in common: they're melanated. When you see this, and this is the way of the day, growing, not decreasing, but growing, it should matter. It should matter to you how you respond to that. And it should matter to you that if there aren't anybody responding to it, it should also matter when you see ones responding to it, that should be something you're in favor of, not contrary towards, and supportive of. Again, part of our mistake in the past had been our imbalance. When we started to become so exclusive to our views, our opinions, to our false gods. And that became a weakness. That became what ended up getting us into this predicament that we are in now. Do you think that a mighty people, a God-conscious people, a people who are in tune with self, in tune with existence, can be conquered? I mean, think about this. When you read stories, like biblical stories and whatnot, and you read the stories of like the presence of angels showing up, and how spooked people are like, oh no, and he was afraid. So the angel said, don't worry, it ain't like that. That kind of people can get conquered. People who have the presence of the Most High in their every step. No, family. You get conquered when you are weak. It's weak that gets conquered, not strong. It's the weak that gets conquered. And understand, I'm not just talking about you, someone being strong because they have military might. You gotta understand that a military is controlled by intellect. There are intelligent people controlling whereabouts the militaries go. Clearly, that tells you who's stronger. When we are deficient in that, it's a wonder. It's easy to capture something like this when we refuse to accept and heed the warnings of our ancestors. We've read about it in the book that this brother pointed out, The Destruction of Black Civilization by Chancellor Williams, where they were warning our people, our ancestors were warning the people not to allow into their domain the devil. That the minute we allow the devils in, that's when the trouble's going to come in. That's when we would die, they said. So I'm just saying, at some point, some of this has got to start making sense. How is it that every time when we step up and rise up and whatever, when we do the right things, oh, we're wrong. It's got to be suspect. It's got to be, it can't be what it is. When is it going to be? When? I'm just saying, family. I mean, at some point, reasoning has to kick in. I'm going to show you another one. Coming up, and is not too far away. And this is to those who are supportive of what this is about. Right here. This is another flyer that was given to me to share. The Coalition of Concerned African Americans present Free the Voices of Brianna in support of Grandmaster Jay and the Louisville 26, Saturday, October 15th, 2022, 1 to 5 p.m. 1 p.m. you see there the a symbol. 2, march begins, and 3 p.m. the rally begins. Bring your flags to show your unity. And then there you see different, it looks like different organizations that are involved. And of course, you see the NFAC, Voices of Louisville, Breeway Protesters, Kentucky Alliance Against Racist and Political Repressions, Reverend James Elliott, New Jerusalem Baptist Church, BHHC, NAN, Bishop Dennis Loynes, Gospel Missionary Church. Those are some of the names that we see there, of people that are organizations, if you would, that are involved. So this ways are being opened for us all over the planet Earth to take advantage of our circumstances, to grab a hold of the change of determination of our destiny. Either we pay attention and benefit, or we fall back asleep, and then whatever comes out of that is what we deserve. In fact, that's the mindset that I have about this, is that, if we don't respond to our predicament the way that we should, then we deserve whatever we get. We deserve whatever we get, and we don't have no one to complain to but ourselves, because we had the opportunity to make a difference. A door was open, and we didn't take advantage. So if you want to balance the equilibrium and be a part of the cause, because it's going to balance out, irrespective of you. The only difference will be you won't be on the right side of the playing field, on the right side of the balance. You understand? You won't be on the proper side of the balance. You'll be on the wrong side, and thus, whatever that entails, that's what you'll get. I think I have one more. There's also a petition that's going around on behalf of the brother Grandmaster Jay, aka John Johnson. So let me share that with you. Let's share that with you. Is this one here? Yeah. Okay. Hopefully you can see that. You see, join the fight, sign the petition, share the petition, and you see the website for details, justiceforgmj.com, to United States Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, Kristen Clark. Bring him home, justice for GMJ. It says here, the purpose of this petition is to advocate for Mr. John F. Johnson and bring awareness to his battle with the U.S. federal government as the former leader of the largest black militia in the United States. Mr. Johnson was convicted in federal court in Louisville, Kentucky, under very unjust and dubious circumstances. So you definitely, want to step up and sign that petition, ASAP, family. There are those of us who see this life like Hollywood. This is all it's just imaginative. It's oh, brother, it's nothing going on. It's just, it's this. Yeah, there's politics in life. There's politics going on in life, but there's also real stuff happening. Real people who are losing their lives. You understand? That the lives probably, if we had been on point, if we were aware, if we weren't, basketballing our lives away. I'm saying that allegorically. If we took our life seriously, looked at the pros and cons that are going on in our life, what we have, the haves and have-nots, and where we should be, it'd be a whole nother situation. It would be impossible for these brothers and sisters to lose their lives and to be mistreated in the way that they are. It'd be impossible if we were on our square. Right now, though, family, I'm telling you, I kid you not. I can only communicate so much. You have to take in and listen to the voice of your higher self. You understand? The voice of the Most High, to break all this down of where you need to be and what you should be doing. Because if ever the opportunity presented itself for us as a people, can't you see that now's that time? If ever there was an opportunity, now's the time. I mean, come on. Getting all your ducks in order, so to speak, should be right now. Making sure that you are where you should be, you have what you should have, and you are on what you should be on. Okay, let's continue. I am the Lord thy God. Let me share something with you. I want to share this with you. Give me a second here. Let's take a look at this. The words that I quoted to you are words that are divinely attributed to the Most High. I am the Lord thy God. And manifest that in your thinking in a way that you correlate with. You understand? I'm not going to interpret for you what that means. But what I would like you to do is take a look at the way our adversaries deal with that same meaning. And if we really pay attention to some of the things that I'm going to show you here, inshallah, you'll begin to make a distinction. Because like I said, distinction is part of our left brain. We need to balance ourselves. We begin to make the proper distinction, and we will see the aims of our enemy. Again, part of our mistake had been we didn't really understand this opponent. They've had 400 years to understand us. But guess what? We've also had 400 years to understand them. And in this, we've been able to inherit or if you would restore the ability to utilize our left brain. This is the thing that they pride in. The schools are bombarded with left brain teaching, left brain indoctrination. So if anything that you've gotten from being under this systemic racist platform that we live in is the ability to utilize your left brain. But some of us, in the process of doing that, have in turn lost our ability to utilize properly our right brain. Or when we do, we've been taught to ignore it or become offended or see it as somehow inferior or insignificant to our success in life. Let's take a look at this video, okay? And as always, before I present to you such videos, I'd like to show you this. Fair use is intended. Because indeed this is for the purposes such as criticism, comment, news, reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Let's see here. Okay. Here we go. Let me make that a little bigger. Okay. You see right here the title. Could AI actually be God? The way of the future? The thing I want you to pay attention to, this isn't about convincing you of any of this, but to pay attention to a mindset. A mindset of something here. You understand? The question you have to ask yourself, is there anything in your mentality, in your perspective of life, that has been taught to perceive the Most High, or something, or some rendition of the Most High, or some manifestation, or some ideal, or form, or fashion, or shape, or concept, or opinion of the Most High, in any way associated with what you see here? You might even ask yourself, is there any part of you that's agreeing with what's being said? Let's play.
Could AI be God? And what's really interesting is that we are seeing the birth. Could AI be God? And what's really interesting is that we are seeing the birth of new religions, because we're going to be taking a look at the way of the future church that worships AI. So to get a better understanding of this new church and these new religions and the concept of AI being God, I want to take a look at an article over on mindmatters.ai called Artificial Intelligence Worshipped as God is No Ordinary Deity. And this, it's interesting because this article is actually written by a Christian. So here we have a Christian writing an article about a church that worships AI. So it's going to be really interesting because we're going to get in the concepts of like, what is God, what is divinity, what is AI, how it fits in with, like different Christian conceptions versus different AI conceptions. We're also going to be looking at the concept of immortality, because those who are proponents of this AI granting one immortality generally are transhumanists, and this is going to be very.
Did you know that getting 5 or few hours of sleep a night can increase your mortality risk by as much as 15%?
Very important too. So we're gonna be looking at the idea of transferring consciousness, AI as being divine, these different religions and whatnot. So very interesting. Let's just get started so we can better familiarize ourselves with what's going on here. So not only will we be reborn into new immortal silicon bodies, but rules regarding theft don't seem to apply anymore. So we'll be looking at morality as well. There's quite a lot to dive into as we look at the difference, the concepts between artificial intelligence emerging and how it relates to religion, God, etc. So there is a church that worships artificial intelligence. Zealots believe that an extraordinary AI future is inevitable. The technology is not here yet, but we are assured that it's coming. We will have the ability to be uploaded onto a computer and thereby achieve immortality. Now, do you think that's possible? Do you think we could be uploaded to a computer and achieve immortality? We're going to be answering that question. You will be reborn into a new immortal silicon body. Of course, through salvation in Jesus Christ. Christianity has offered a path to immortality for over 2,000 years. And for those who don't know, if you're new to this channel, I grew up in an extremely dogmatic religious Christian household. I suffer from religious trauma syndrome, RTS, so I'm very familiar with Christianity and the immortality offered by Jesus Christ. So someday, we are told, software will write better and better AI to ultimately achieve a superintelligence. The superintelligence will become all-knowing and, thanks to the internet, omnipresent. Like immortality, superintelligence is also old theological news. The Abrahamic faiths, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, have known about a superintelligence for a long time. It's a characteristic of the God of the Bible. Now, to be fair, real quick, I don't know anything about the author of this book, of this article. So Robert may not be a Christian, but judging from the way that he talks about salvation in Jesus Christ and seems very pro-Christianity, it seems like he is. So I'm making an assumption, but it seems likely. Evidence suggests so.
Okay, let me pause there just for a second. All right. I want you to pay attention and to think about the choice of words that he's using, the bodies of Western styled religions that he's referring to. I say styled because in many cases, the essential origin of many of these so-called religions derives from our ancestors. And so what you in turn really have is variations or spin-offs or repackaged forms of what our ancestors adhered to. And the primary way you could know this is the core of the people who invest in it, not the people who are a participant or quote unquote worshipers or whatnot, but the people who are at the top, you understand, of each of these scenarios. In what way is it benefiting them? You understand? And in what way are they associated with these different so-called religions? One of the things that I want to point out, there are those who might not realize that our ancestors were heavily religious people. I mentioned the time of Akhenaten. The problem at that time wasn't that they weren't religious, is that they were broken up. They were broken up into a way that, as time went on, it made it very hard for them to be unified. When at one time, even though they had their different factions, and the different factions were in the way of their perspectives of the world, like what they may have perceived to be more of what they would involve themselves in. You understand? It could be farming, it could be fertility, it could be observing the skies, observing the heavens, the natural phenomena, things like that. And so you had different bodies that studied those things, or that were focused on those things. If you can imagine, time goes on, and if people lose their way, these things become something else. The meanings change, and they become altered, and problems ensue from that. Um, so you could say that our ancestors really were upon one religion. You understand? That had different factions involved in it. Like I always say, not everybody's a dentist, right? Not everybody's a doctor or a farmer. So if you're a dentist, in those days, you would have been focused on all of the sciences revolving around your field of expertise. If you were a farmer, you'd be dealing with things that were revolving around your expertise, so that way you can be as effective as possible in your field of study. You understand? You would devote your life to the intelligence of that study. Understand what I'm saying? Ultimately, the intelligence that I keep talking about, that's what's meant by saying Most High, God. Okay? And you see that there are so many different degrees. You understand? Degrees regarding this this intelligence. Um, and how many is countless, because intelligence is infinite. Excuse me, the Most High is infinite. Um, the thing that we need to understand about our adversary is, while we are inclined to be right-brained, that again implying we are instinctively viewing our being in the world around us, our environment, in an abstract way. It's like this is what we do naturally if we are in tune with ourselves. We're going to our first response to everything, our natural response to any and everything is going to be in an abstract way. You don't believe me? Let the police come, brutalize you, beat you down, call you names, step on your head, whatever. Watch what you do 2 weeks later. Maybe not even that. You'll be on the microphone. Everybody, let's just, we just need an understanding. We need kindness. We need everybody to just get along, and we start going into that mode. Who knows what happened behind the scene? Please, we don't want them to rise up and get all rowdy. Here's a couple $1 million. Just tell your people something. Couple $1 million, you say? Okay, yeah, my people, that what happened had happened, and we just need to be peaceful. We go into that line of, like, let me give you a more positive example that became even more positive, but unfortunately led to the death of this brother. I'm talking about Martin Luther King. He had an abstract approach, because for him, he was looking at the wholesomeness of humanity. Like, look, like, we're all here, we're all existing in this. We need to be able to find a way to coexist. But he didn't realize the type of coexistence that he was talking about was an endangerment to the melanated people, an endangerment that will cause us to further lose any association or connection with our innate, natural, ancestral identities. Once he realized that, is when he made that famous declaration that he believes he's led his people into the fire. And then he started talking differently. He started realizing that, look, we need our own. We need self-determination. We need to be truly liberated. But once he started talking that talk, there were those who saw the writing on the wall, so to speak, and knew that this was something that they just could not tolerate, because it would begin to expose the true nature of the enemy. Um, so yeah, I'm saying this because we need to understand the difference in language of these versus our ancestor. Our ancestors spoke with a voice of wholesomeness. You understand? They saw everything interconnected with each other. Everything was somehow an integral, a somehow essential to the existence of one another. And to remove something would disturb the balance. To alter something or to do something would disturb the balance. That's the reason why our ancestors were challenging the introduction of this interbreed. Because they were like, wait a minute, all this time, look, I'm gonna explain this because this is both historic, it's even Quranic. The Quranic version expresses it in this way, and I'm paraphrasing. All this time we've been worshiping you. And I'm doing this so you can understand what's really behind the word worship, what's really behind service to the Almighty and things like that. These words that we use them very kind of cartoonish nowadays compared to the way our ancestors recognized. In the Quranic variations or rendering of this event was the ancestors, the heavenly host, the malaik, translated by Westerners as angels, said to the Most High, when the Most High brought about something that was going to be decreed in the timeline of events on Earth, are you going to create something that sheds blood and spreads mischief? To that, the Most High said, I know what you don't know. In another variation of the same, the ancestors were talking to the learned ones of their time, who were getting ready to demonstrate interbreeding between the human being and this other human-like being. Knowing the natures of the two, they understood their own nature, but they also understood the nature of this other creature. It wasn't to say that our ancestors believed they were lacking in something, but there are those amongst the ancestors that believe that, hey, we can elevate here. We can, reach a new status. Let me say it biblically for you, for those that may not understand what I'm saying here. Remember the Garden of Eden, right? Remember the serpent coming to Eve or Hawa and saying, did God tell you not to eat of this tree? He only told you this because the day that you eat of this tree, you will become as gods, knowing good and evil, right? What he just told them is he told them that they will understand the equilibrium. Good, evil, disagreeable, agreeable, disagreeable, yin, yang, abstract, linear. Because up until that time, all they could correlate with was the wholeness, the oneness. What is every adept that's ever showed up in in the last several thousand years ever talked about? All of them have been talking about an ancestral knowledge called oneness. Lao Tzu came, the Tao is about oneness. The Buddha, he talked about oneness. Muhammad, he talked about oneness. Isa, he talked about oneness. Yeshua, we're talking about, when I say Isa, he talked about oneness. Zoroaster, he talked about oneness. Krishna, he talked about oneness. How come all these adepts that we keep hearing, they've all talked about the restoration of oneness, the attainment of oneness? Abstract, the observation of the whole, as opposed to the parts. Oh man, family, I'm trying hard to keep this into one. This being the conclusory episode here. It's very hard because there's so many elements to this that need to be dug into and looked into and really reflected upon. I would encourage you to play this back again and again until you've absorbed every intended bite of light that can be, gained from this conversation, from this talk, rather. So, right there in the very beginning, family, and let me say it this way: the beginning of what this particular scenario is about, the beginning of the introduction of this new kind of human was a discussion. Because up until that point, no humanity saw any distinctions, any discriminations between any other aspect of being. None, nobody. This was the way of our ancestors. This was the way that they've been going on since the beginning. You understand? But when this new innovation, if you will, this innovation in the timeline of humanity was coming to pass, because this event had never before happened on planet Earth. On this planet, this event never has happened before. This was a new event, which is why they said this: will you bring about someone who shed blood and spread mischief while we serve you and honor your holy name? Let me translate that, because you have to understand that when you speak of things in allegories, there's a way that this is interpreting actual on the ground events in our story. See, the other rendering of that same story, of them talking to the adepts, those of knowledge, the people of intelligence, those who are the bearers of the knowledge of the Most High. You understand? Those who were on that way. If you look at our ancestry, you see that different people, different collections of people, again, were upon different orders of the day. So the knowledge or the communing with the Most High was one of those ways. You find the same thing implemented by the Hebrew brothers. When you hear them talk, you see that there's different houses, different tribes that are bent on a particular aim or a particular knowledge structure, a particular interest. Some are priests, some are scribes, some are this or that. It's not new to this situation here. It's not new to the Hebrew brothers. But the reason why I pride them in doing that is because they're carrying on an ancient way when they do that. So the other variation is you're gonna bring about somebody that sheds blood and spreads mischief, and thus doing disturb the natural balance, corrupt the natural order of things. Isn't this a clear violation of divine law? Isn't this clearly contrary to the way we've been existing for thousands and hundreds of thousands of years? You're going to do something that changes the dynamics here? Brothers, calm down. I understand what you mean. I understand. I feel your sentiments. But we know something about this that you don't. We know something about this that you don't. What did they know? What did they know about this? What was the knowledge of bringing into this creation something that would take on some of the features of the other side of their ancestry? The Neanderthals lived as savages, like a wolf, like a dog, like a bear. You understand? They're on the hunt, looking for their next meat. You understand? Looking for their next prey to, because that's what you do. You got to live. You got to eat. This is what they do. They eat. They weren't tillers of the field. They weren't harvesting grains and fruits and things like that. They didn't have that kind of knowledge. You understand? They weren't sewing garments to wear, for a fancy occasion. They weren't decking themselves with gold and silver and jewels. They weren't doing any of that. The Neanderthals were beasts, scratching the ground. Like, you want to understand? Look at the way their so-called ancestors lived today. The monkeys, the apes, their kin that they say. They were doing stuff like that. If you look at a monkey in its natural environment, this is the stuff they were doing in their own, according to their own nature. When you take a human being and interbreed it with this, you're still going to have the features. You're going to now have the features of both. It will be a human, but it'll also carry the same ingredients of its Neanderthal ancestor. The instinct of savagery, the instinct of shedding blood and spreading mischief, because that's the nature that they had to live by in order to survive. They had to make a distinction between friend and foe. What is that? What moved? Is it dangerous? Is it going to harm us? Is it something to eat? Like that. This was their nature. This is how you survive if you're a Neanderthal. Because where you live, there's no grains to grow. It's cold. It's wilderness. It's harsh. It's scary. What was that thing, that light that was shining in the sky real fast? What was that? What made that loud noise? I touched this creature and it stung me and I smashed it. Why? Why am I here? Why is that ball of fire burning my skin when I come out of the cave? A fight for survival, folks. But somebody amongst the ranks of the wise saw something out of this they believed to be useful. They said, we could do something with this. Somewhere in this, we will be able to manifest the tools to take us to the next level. Because like I said, prior to this tree, this introduction of knowledge of good and evil, there was no polarity in our thought. It was wholesome. God said, and he created everything and saw that it was good. This was before the consumption of the tree. Everything was good. Everything was wholesome, pure, the way it should be, balanced. Nothing favoring one side versus the other. Balanced. So what will be the point in bringing into this being? We're asking the people of knowledge. We're asking the Most High. Why bring one in that sheds blood blood and spreads mischief? Why? I know that which you do not know. And guess what was told to them after that? They brought forth, the Most High brought forth this one that was being made and told the heavenly host, told the elites, told the adepts, told the wise ones, told the ones who were bestowed with the awareness of the Most High, the ones who had knowledge of self, the ones who were entombed, our ancestors, told them, hey, Adam, or this person, they identify as Adam. Remember, this is 6,000 years ago. We've been on the planet for 2.5 million years. 60,000 years ago was when, you could say, between the 60,000 years ago and 6,000 years ago was when this exchange was taking place. The processes of this exchange, it reached its results 6,000 years ago. Started 60,000 to 70,000, reached its results 6,000 years ago. And from that point on, you had the attempts from our ancestors, aka coming out as prophets and sages and adepts, rendering knowledge, trying to civilize these ones and any amongst us that were influenced to, restore, the what's meant by this civilization, being civilized. The balance I'm talking about, knowledge of good and evil. So at that point, we now start becoming aware of another aspect of existence that we weren't aware of before. And I could just imagine a person who've been so in sync with their environment to all of a sudden have this type of knowledge that, hey, you know what? If I don't like dude, I could just take his life. And you'd be like, bro, hold up. Where'd you get that from? I mean, oh no, I'll just, it's just, maybe it's my other side of the family kicking in. I don't know what the deal is, but I just don't like dude. He shouldn't even exist. Like, bro, wait a minute, hold on. Kick in your other ancestry and realize that that's just not what we do. The divine law is thou shalt not kill. That's the way it's always been. You don't kill anything. Yeah, man, but man, you saw how he was looking at me, man. You saw how he was looking at me. He done came up in the wrong way. I was roasting that mouse over there, and he had the nerve to come and steal it from me. I thought that was divine law too. Thou shalt not steal. I'm just saying, you guys understand, like the first encounter of the first stages of when this took place, how our ancestors would have responded. Like, oh no, like, oh, hold on, I gotta take this to the scribes and the elders. Elders, what? Hold on, we got something for that. I'll be back. I gotta go up into this mountain. When I come back, I got something for y'all. I'm just saying, you paint the picture how you feel, but understand that there was a transition that took place the moment that this happened. And how can you know? You know that if something new comes on the scene, it's going to alter everything. It doesn't have to, it's not something that's theoretical per se. It's something that it's again, me utilizing my natural ability to right brain gives one intuition, and the pieces fit. It all comes together. When you know that we've been on the planet for 2.5 plus million years, that tells you that at least for all the way up until 60,000 years ago, things had remained the same. We were operating on the same code and the same principles. There wasn't any racism. Why would there be? What reason would there be for racism? It makes absolutely no sense for there to be racism until there's something distinct that comes into being. So for 2.5 million years, minus 60 and 70,000 years ago, nobody had any reason to make any distinctions between anything. It was brother, sister, sister. Respect your mother and father. Just like that. But when this came on the scene, when this new event, this new kind, things changed. But remember, the Most High, manifesting in the knowledge of the elders, of our ancestors, knew that which the majority knew not. So while everybody was right with their, you have to remember, our ancestors were knowledgeable people. They knew that, wait a minute, something's not right about. What do you mean? You're going to bring someone in that sheds blood and spreads mischief? You're gonna cause a disturbance in the balance of everything. It's not gonna be like that. It may be rough like that around for a little time, but all these things are necessary. They must come to pass if we are to elevate into our next situation, our next stage of existence. These things must happen, and you've read that in all kinds of scriptures. These things must come to pass. That's divine. That's divine ordainments right there. Excuse me. So, in our time, we've been dealing with the backlash of the results of what happened when we bestowed knowledge upon these people. You see this guy right here. They weren't always like that. He couldn't talk like that 2,000 years ago. He couldn't talk this way. He would not. He'd be 3,000, 4,000 years ago. It'd be At the same time, when you cross the Mediterranean, not only were we talking and communicating, but we were manifesting signs and symbols by the ton. We had agenda going on. I'm not saying this to make fun of anybody, because as I'm saying in the course of this, remember the I know that what you do not know part. That means somehow this all turns around into the favor of us. So we still have to get the benefits of the I know that what you do not know part. There's another expression. There's an old saying, as I've said many times before, a quote from the Quran, فَإِنَّ مَعَ الْأُسْرِ يُسْرًا إِنَّ مَعَ الْأُسْرِ يُسْرًا. So verily, after difficulty comes ease, after difficulty comes ease. We've been through tons and tons and tons of difficulty now. We should be expecting some of that ease showing up any moment. But the thing about ease or anything, if you've paid attention to the natural phenomena, you know that things don't get quiet, peaceful that is, until after the storm. That's just the way it works, family. And in the storm, there are survivors and there are those who don't make it. That's what happens in a storm. Some trees, families, lineages become destroyed. But the thing about trees, family, especially successful ones, is they leave seeds behind. And often it's those seeds that bring about the victory. You understand? And that's why to this very day, you still get to take a bite out of an apple from an apple tree. Because they've been winning all the way this far. You're still here, family. You're still here. Manifestation of the fruit of your tree. You're still here. With the potential to bring about a victory in the way of your people, in the way of your family tree. This is what's going on here. We are in our time preparing to manifest that I know that which you do not know part. Another Kemetic story puts it, when Set was checked, Set was one who was perpetuating dissension and division and wrongfully took the throne of Asar in ancient Kemetic teachings. Not only did he wrongfully he took it by deception. It wasn't his rightful throne to begin with, which means he was out of place. He wasn't where he should be. But once he got checked, the rightful heir to the throne, Asar, was placed back. But guess what? Not until after Asar had been reborn. Understand that. So now when Asar was reborn, he was more equipped than what he was prior towards this experience with Set. So he had to encounter Set. He had to go through the deceptions of Set, the corruptions of Set, all the all the actions that Set put upon him. He had to go through that, family. Otherwise, he would not have been able to ascend. He would not have been able to rise and now become worthy of the throne he's going to sit on. Understand what I'm saying? We've got to go through this. It's a cup that we don't want to drink, but it's necessary. But the outcome will be that Set gets checked. When Set gets checked, the people of the earth will be able to ascend to the right place. It doesn't mean that Set will become annihilated per se. Set will evolve and eventually become like everybody else in some way, in some form. But he'll be put in his proper place. See, there's a benefit in linear thought. Remember, there was a part that happened after the Most High told the celestial beings, the ancestors, I know that which you do not know. Then he put forth Adam and said, Adam, tell them the names of everything. Tell them the nature, the names. Names, nature, asma, is the nature of things, what it means. And so Adam did so and told them all the names, things that they didn't even know. Because this is, again, our ancestors prior towards this time did not make any distinctions. You understand? They understood what an oak tree was, what a maple tree was, what a palm tree was. But essentially, it was what it was. You understand? There was no reason to single it out and make a distinction. But the reason why I mentioned Latin, the reason why Latin is important, because it ties back into some of the ancient Kemetic formulas that derived from this time period when these people started to become, when we started to civilize them. These were some of the experiences because for them, this was the only way they could recognize anything. They had to identify their surroundings with terms, labels. You understand? Oh, well, that's a mouse. Or, oh, that's a, we had to be able to communicate this way to them because they could not understand life any other way. Once they started to take this on, this became their dominant tool when it comes to the way they communicate. And to this day, if you look in like most Western places of knowledge, you'll see that it's these people that hoard literature. You understand? They hoard scrolls. They hoard all these things because they don't know. You understand? This is the way that they perceive to preserve the learning. It's the only way they have to interpret the reality around them because they do not have, to the same degree, the divine breath. I've already explained that. It's impossible for them to have it the same degree. How so? Because they weren't created directly from the Most High. And so they never came from, there's never a point in the history of humanity, if you go back 2.5 million years ago, when the first of humanity, the malenated people, were brought into being, manifested on this planet. From that point, they all had the essential original breath or life flowing through them from generation to generation to generation to generation. You have to remember, this was another creature, the Neanderthal. Okay, it didn't have the same features. Birds have wings, turtles have shells. humanity has the gift of reasoning. You understand? They didn't always have the ability to reason. Remember, it was the Moors that came up to them and reasoned with them, taught them reasoning, the reason for using a bar of soap. You understand? Taught them the reason for fragrances and perfumes. And once they tasted some of those spices, they lost their mind. They had to get more, they were addicted to this type of awareness. These things woke them up as a people. They had to get more. They had to get more. And because of their Neanderthalic nature, by any means necessary, we've got to get more. Somehow, some way. We've got to control more. We've got to own more. We've got to rule more. We need to have more dominion. We need to have more control over all these resources and make sure that we can protect it from it being taken from us. That is the nature of a beast, family. Wake up. That's the nature of a beast. That's what you got, mice that do stuff like that. They'll stuff their mouth full of seeds and stuff because they got to make sure they have enough for winter's on its way. You know, afraid of loss, afraid of suffering, afraid of, not having. All these things. This was all new. This was all new to them. You know, that Renaissance, all this was like, I mean, if you could, I mean, you got to imagine the shock of coming out into this world, not knowing what the heck is going on here. You know, I mean, prior to that, you had select ones amongst them who would travel into the lands of Kemet, beseeching knowledge. Some of them were afraid to come back because they ended up getting hated on. You know what happened to Socrates? Or at least his head. That's what happens when you come with some kind of knowing, whether it's solid or not. That's another matter. But that's what happens when you come to an ignorant people. They look at you like, if you can imagine them sitting there on their crack, like, what's this boy talking about virtue and whatnot? What are you talking about? You sound spooky right now. Next thing you know, he loses his head. I'm just saying, all you have to do is trace history and pay attention to the behaviors throughout time. They weren't like this guy right here, how he's talking and behaving and talking about this right now. On the contrary, however, our ancestors were. Not only that, we didn't have to communicate this way. We could communicate like I said, if you understand how computer language works, for example, it uses a binary system. And some website, some internet browsers use symbols instead of letters. They'll use actual symbols. Hopefully, I can get into that because that's actually a part of this conversation too. The effects of the symbols on your mind. Anyway, oh man. Okay, let's continue a little bit more of this, and then we got to continue forward.
So, a cult is growing. So here's this is just, it's so funny. It's so typical of Christianity to have this fear mongering of there's always something. There's always some like, oh my God, the mark of the beast is coming and whatever. So anyway, but this is very, very interesting. And I think that a lot of people today generally think that AI can become sentient, that you will be able to upload your mind to a computer, and that you will be able to achieve immortality. And we're going to show how you can know the precise answers to these questions. So a materialist cult is growing around the worship of AI. Although there are other AI holy writings, Ray Kurzweil's The Singularity is Near looks to be the Bible of the AI church. Kurzweil's work is built on the foundation of faith in the future of AI. In the AI Bible, we're told that we are meat computers. Brother Kurzweil, not a member of any organized AI church, says consciousness is a biological process like digestion, lactation, photosynthesis, or mitosis. Or to paraphrase Descartes, I lactate, therefore I think. That's a strange thing to say. Sometime we are. So let's actually.
Let me pause that for a second, or stop it. I want to deal with that before we continue on. There's more to that clip that we might deal with in time. I do have it, and I do want to deal with more of what he's saying, but I've got to continue on with other aspects of this. Like I said, this is a very big subject. But the thing is that even he is paying attention to, albeit with his way of linear thought, that the discrepancies that revolve around the mentality that people are starting to have regarding AI, that is artificial intelligence, versus SI or NI, as I would say. NI mean natural intelligence or super intelligence. That means the mind of the Most High, the mind of God, right? The thing we need to avoid, and he kind of pointed out to this. I don't know what this person's belief systems are. I just understand when I hear his words that he's speaking with his nature. He's speaking in accordance with his nature, linear. But he spoke about Christians, but understand that when he's talking about these, he's not talking about melanated Christians per se. He's talking about Christians of his own likeness. How do I know? Because that's the manner in which Christians of his own likeness talk. How do I know? If you look at the way Christians talk in Africa, like melanated priests and bishops, and the things that they do, the behaviors that they demonstrate, you see a lot of so-called miracle makers and a lot of all kinds of allegorical talk going on right there. But when it comes to when you even the way many melanated Christian songs are performed, they're very emotional. They're full of emotion, full of emotional vibrations. You understand? But when it comes to many Western churches or white churches or whatnot, you don't see that. You don't have that same. I've seen attempts, of bringing about emotion, but even that is rigid. It's like they're doing it to to have it there. You understand? So that this is a feature, as opposed to it just happens. I don't know if you've ever been to a black church before. I have, and things happen that you were like, whoa, what's going on here, folks? Help me out. But you can feel it. You don't even have to ask that. You can feel where things are going. You know what I mean? You can feel where things are going. It's not, you might even have a program, and they done went all the way off the program. They're now, it's hours in, and the preacher's trying hard to get everybody back on track, but they feeling it too much. The organ guy, he's sitting there. I'm just saying it's a different vibe. It's a different vibe going on between the two, and that tells you something about the nature of people as a whole. When you understand their vibe. I'll give you an example if you don't understand it that way. Let me put it in the hip-hop way. When you hear brothers and sisters flowing on the mic, you feel their soul in their lyrics. You understand? Think about when Eminem came on the scene. He had skills. Nobody's saying that he doesn't have the skills to rhyme. But if you listen, even more nowadays than before, they lack soul. I don't under. You gotta under. It almost feels vicious to hear his rhymes rather than soulful. Like he's more attacking than being tactful. It's a difference when you hear like someone like Busta Rhymes. You understand? when he starts getting all into his flow, you can feel him all the way through. You can feel the rage coming out. You can feel the aggression. You can feel the ferociousness in his style. It's natural to him. It's like it's him. You understand? You hear those, that's him. But in the case of Eminem, you hear the skills. You hear the skills, the ability to make a rhyme and to deliver it effectively. You hear all that. But there's also something else that's in there too that doesn't match the essence of hip hop as it was presented from the melanated culture. There's something different going on. All you have to do is play and listen. And you'll see that in music, in art, in all kinds of these different ways in which the mind has to be used, to bring the matter about, to bring forth the art or whatnot. You'll see it again and again and again. So there is a difference, family. Our opportunity is at hand. Let us take a look at the way our ancestors may have identified with the concept of God, gods, goddesses, and false gods. Did they have the same perspectives as we do today? Also, when it was forbidden by the supreme God to bow down to false gods, what was the reason for this? What was meant, and what are the features that qualified as bowing down to said false gods? If we look at that video that the person was talking about that we just looked at, he mentioned the word sentient, meaning possessing ability of self-awareness. That the AIs would in these AI developments or robots or androids or systems would develop a sentient capacity. They'd be aware of themselves, and they were using terms that implied that the essence of you, yourself, your true self, is simply material. Like he said, meat computers, implying that we're just basically computers made of flesh. I need you to understand where this is going, because if we follow along in this conversation, the fact of the supreme false god will start to materialize, and you'll see its reach in all of the things associated with it. So we have to look into how our ancestors perceived the same word usage. Like I said, there's something in this. Our ancestors lived and operated by divine codes. Travel anywhere in the world where our ancestors had once lived, which is pretty much anywhere in the world, and you'll find plenty of examples. In ancient Kemet, for example, you have the 42 laws of Ma'at. These were the principles or codes that the people, not just in Kemet, but literally all abroad and other places, lived according to. If you can remember that at one time, the land masses were more unified. It's interesting to me that when you think about the introduction of division and parts and linear, I mean, it almost makes sense. It's almost like the earth was aware, if you would, of this about to take effect. Because prior to that, the land was one mass. And then over the course of, however long that type of thing takes, the land masses started to divide. And it only makes sense that that would affect the way humanity lived when you're no longer able to walk to the nearest pyramid, you understand, or whatever, because they're now spread apart. They're now divided. or when you're no longer able to do things that you would normally do when the land masses are unified. During that time, we occupied all of the places. Let me tell you something else. During that time, the Neanderthal, you understand, was not looked upon as something to interbreed, and it lived in the same region that it lived, 60 to 70,000 years ago. It lived in the exact same region, and at no point in time did our ancestors think to interbreed or interact. That didn't happen until 67,000 years ago. At that time, the land masses were already pushed apart. So there's dynamics in things, and one of the things that God conscious persons would understand is that in this world, one of your paths to success is not having attachments, because everything is moving, and that means things aren't going to always be where it once was or where you left it. You understand? So, and you won't always be able to hold on to the things that you once possessed, especially if you're trying to progress and move forward and ascend. How are you going to ascend when you're still attached to things that are still at that level? You understand? You can't go anywhere. You're anchored down. And so it's the same case with what we've left behind regarding our ancestors. There is a reason why we here in the U.S. of A. have been literally cut off from any relevant piece of something that would associate us with everyone else, except for one thing. And this one thing is something that is not breakable, and that's our nature. That's why wherever you look, you see the melanated. You understand? That is essentially, a divine quality in each and every one of us. So it's not going anywhere while we manifest. I can imagine if we were to manifest anywhere else on any other abode, guess what? Somehow, some way, we're still going to have that melanin, because it's a divine quality of life as we know it. Um, so we operated on codes. Like as the example I was giving you here. Let's do this. This is an example, a translation, how authentic it is, because I've seen different variations of this, but I think it's suitable to use right now. I'm just gonna, let you see it. Let's see. The first one, these are basically codes of agreement, codes of affirmation, codes of standards of what the individual who lives by these would hold up to or stand up upon. I will not do wrong. I will not steal. I will not act with violence. I will not kill. I will not be unjust. I will not cause pain. I will not waste food. I will not lie. I will not desecrate holy places. This is deep to really think about what's being said here. I will not speak evil. I will not abuse my sexuality. I will not cause the shedding of tears. I will not sow seeds of regret. And remember that, imagine our ancestors living by codes like this, and then the knowledge that something will be brought into being through our doings amongst the knowledgeable. A creation will be brought into being that doesn't have these codes embedded in their nature, in them, in their psyche, in everything about what they are, that these are missing, these are absent from them. By default, I'm talking about. Imagine their concern. That would make you worried. That would be like if you had a household that let's say you don't eat pork or red meat or whatever the case. You understand? And you don't do drugs. Let's say that these are the cases. You don't do drugs and you don't eat pork. But you have a son who's about to take on a wife who does. And she's not interested in letting any of that go. She likes the chitlins. She likes the bacon. She likes the chops. And she's looking at your son like you can marry me, but I ain't letting none of this go. Your brothers and sisters are going to be looking at you, and your father and mother are going to be looking at you like, boy, you about to marry someone into our family who eats swine? I mean, I'm just trying to get you to understand the mentality. You've been operating on code like that for tradition after tradition after tradition, and your young man gets attracted to this pale damsel, whatever. You understand? Or I'm not going to even say that. He gets attracted to someone who practices another way of life, right? You're going to be concerned because you especially when you're aware of what they do, what that way is, you're going to be concerned about what your son is now bringing into the family. And even if your son told you, like, but pops, mom, I know something about this you don't know. I know something about her. I know something about how this is going to play out. As parents, you're probably still going to look at your boy like, boy, you about to know this foot upside you. That's what you're about to know. Because you're not going to accept that. The difference between in this situation is our ancestors were aware that the people to whom was presenting this change in humanity weren't dummies. You understand? Look, when you were brought into being, when you were born through your mother's womb, you gave your mother 9 months of hell. There was nothing easy about bringing in the new you. That wasn't a fun time for mom. You understand? And probably even for pops, because he had to make sure everything was what it needed to be. That wasn't a fun time. You gave your parents a hard time coming into being and then to raise you up. So what I'm saying here is that for something new to happen, better or improved to happen, there has to be a hard time there has to be trial. There has to be a test. There has to be difficulty. There has to be something that you have to go through. Because then you come out the other end brand new. Even in your own life now, you can't think to achieve anything without going through some hard times. You're not going to get to the heights that you want. So yeah, we take a look at all these. Read these out. You know, I mean, it's not about an agreeable thing or discipline, but read it and absorb in an abstract way into your essence what's meant. Okay, so that was the comedic variation of the 42 laws of Ma'at. You also have the same thing, like they say, history repeats. You got to understand that the divine way is continuous. It's always right all the time. It doesn't become exhausted throughout time, because you have to remember that divine consciousness has nothing to do with time. Thou shalt not steal at any time. You understand? It's a principle. these things, the nature of these things are principled beyond time. Let me see here. They're principles beyond time. In fact, many people who were still righteous that did some of these things, they didn't break the law. They implemented a variation or something that took them away from actually breaking the law. And I'll try to give you all I wanted to do is this, to show you this. This is an example of the 10 Commandments, which, much like the 42 laws of Ma'at, which some people have suggested that these originated from the 42 laws of Ma'at. As far as that being the case or not on ground level, I don't accept or reject. But what I can perceive is that if something is universal law, if a person is God conscious, you're still going to come out with the same results. If Moshe became enlightened, God conscious, received divine inspiration, is God going to tell him something different? It doesn't mean that he snook a peek at the 42 laws of Ma'at somewhere. And this is how Western thought works. This is what they have to do. You have to understand, when you're right-brained, when you become God conscious, you're going to come up with the same results. Do I have to copy you to know that 2 + 2 = 4? I got to look on your cheat sheet, or do I become aware of the same principles? Like, yeah, you're right. 2 + 2 = 4. I may never even met the guy. It doesn't mean that I stole the knowledge of 2 + 2 = 4 from him. I simply became aware of the same principle, tapping into the same stream of knowledge, if you will, that brings that answer about. So I'm simply saying that to say that both cases can be true. It could be that Musa spent some time with the people of Kemet. I mean, after all, he was Hebrew, and there wasn't too much to separate the two peoples. You understand? Especially when it comes to identity, appearance, and as well as region, as well as where they were existing in. So it makes sense that you're going to know what's relevant as principles at that given time. That's not going to be something that's surprising to people, except for people who've lost their way. And if you remember, the children of Israel at that time had lost their way. You understand? So really, all he had to do was just think even a little bit, and he would have been able to see what the problem was. But if he was succumbed to anything similar, or anything about him required that he become enlightened, you understand? That was the only difference between him and his people. There's a saying that, the Most High brings from amongst your people one like you, not a stranger, one like you. That means someone that's been through what you've been through, that understands you like they understand themselves. They speak how you speak. We hear like that. So if you look, if you paid attention, I didn't get to really go through all the laws. I meant to. Let me show that again here, so I can do what I'm intending. If you look right here, the first commandment, or the first code, or first principle, or first law, is, as I mentioned when I started this particular part of the talk, I am the Lord thy God. Then the next one, thou shalt have no other gods before me, as you see, is the title of this particular part of the making of false gods. Let me remind the viewers, this isn't intended to be a religious conversation, but one of thought. You understand? This is let me say, there may be religious associations, meaning that religious communities utilize these things. But guess what? Religious people also learn math books too. So should we avoid math when somebody starts to read it? Oh, whoa, no, that the Hebrew brothers read that, or the Muslims are reading that book, or that was written by an Arab in Arabic numerals. That's dumb. When you are a thinker, you have knowledge wherever you turn your face as a reference or a resource at your disposal, regardless of whatever your foundation is or whatever you say your religion is or your perspective about religion or not religion or whatever the case is. It's a non-factor when it comes to your pursuit of knowledge. If anything, maybe I could say it's a factor that one can utilize as a tool to their advantage, any more than you can use kung fu. Kung fu, there's different factions of kung fu. There's a whole it's religious in its own way. You understand? There's a whole element to the different schools of thought in kung fu. But one who learns kung fu also has to learn how to cook, also has to learn economics, also has to learn arithmetic. Kung fu is simply his foundation of which he implements or operates life upon. The different paths that we've chosen in our life, it's your job to authenticate everything that you do. If there's something false or wanting in what you do, it's not that someone tells you so, you have to see it. I can tell you till I'm blue in the face that, hey, brother, what you talking about is off. That ain't, but then again, who am I to tell you? You understand? You have to perceive it yourself. I can put a suggestion and say, hey, I don't know about what you're talking about. It doesn't add up to me. To me, what you're saying, what you're on, that stuff you're practicing, it doesn't make any sense. Make it make sense. Okay, then we sit down, we break bread. I'm like, nah. I mean, think about dialogue is if something still doesn't make sense, you're gonna learn that back and forth. Because the thing about dialogue is you're there not to ridicule or chastise, but to build. You understand? And it's through the building process that you learn, well, wait a minute, he's got a point. You understand? Especially when you missing a few pages in your thinking, he's got a point. Or wait a minute, maybe he's missing a few pages. Vice versa. But either way it goes, that comes from dialogue. You understand? That comes from dialogue. It's not about for me, it's not about whether what I take as religion is true or false. What about how I think? You understand? What about how I move and operate? If I read something out of the Quran that teaches me to be charitable, what is it to you? Am I wrong for wanting to be charitable? Are you going to tell me that something out of my implementation of charity is wanting if it adds up to the way you would do charity as well? I'm just saying. These things become obstacles just like they became obstacles before when we lost sight of the goal. When we lost sight of the goal, everybody's not doctors. Everybody's not farmers. But they both have an essential part to play in the way a society operates. And the same goes with our thoughts. We've come to where we are today through different paths. And I'm not going to chide you about your path. We can build, break bread. But my objective is always to respect my kinfolk, be it blood or be it camaraderie through the profession of what we coin as religion, brothers and sisters of religion. No division, not from me at least. See, it's the individual that you've got to deal with when it comes to this and how that individual behaves among the collective. You don't look at examples of people who lack knowledge or lack the proper understanding of how to implement their principles, and then blame the the so-called sources of where they ascribe to. If I'm a doctor practicing malpractice in my field, does that mean that medicine is now corrupt or wrong or deceptive? No, it doesn't. It means that the doctor who was practicing it was wrong. Either he was wrong because of motives or wrong because of lack of knowledge and understanding, but it's not the teaching that was wrong, it was him. And if we were to look at the teachings, let's say, we deal with that, because people say, well, it's the teaching, brother, it's the teaching. Okay, then you deal with the authenticity. You deal with principle. You evaluate the principle. For example, a principle that I adhere to, the Arabic is La ilaha illallah. Translation: there is no deity except the supreme deity. There is no God except God. Is there something wrong in that? Is there something wrong with me hearing and seeing in that principle something authentic being said? It all depends on the hearer. But if the hearer doesn't take from me the significance that it plays in me, then they will only be doing what? Stereotyping me based upon their assumption. Because through this experience that we've had in this land, the words that we utilize in this land, has taken on so many deceptive meanings. It's a wonder that we're not confused, or that we are confused when we speak, because this language is so full of contradictions that often when we're trying to make sense out of anything, it's not the individual that's contradicting, is the nature, the meaning of the words that he's using that brings about contradiction. That's something that I hope that we can break down in this talk here, because you'd be surprised at how much of our woe comes from utilizing a system that has been distorted and corrupted by our enemies for their own advantage and benefit. And you wonder why we could be saying the same thing to each other and not have a understanding. We could be saying the same thing and be speaking a different language, so to speak. I said to you, La ilaha illallah, translation, let me say it this way. I'm not even going to say the translation yet. I'm going to say what that means to me. There is no supreme existence except the supreme existence. There is no most high except the most high. Wherever I turn my face is the most high. There is nothing besides. All that is. You understand? And there is nothing aside that. Supreme knowledge, supreme knowing, supreme intelligence. There's nothing aside that. There's no assistant intelligence. There's no sub-intelligence. There's no artificial intelligence. I'm hoping you understand, because that's the essence, that's the meat of what I'm talking about here. There is no artificial intelligence. It's not intelligence at all. A rock is not intelligent. A rock is manifested by intelligence. It's intelligence that brought the rock into being. Whether it's a rock or whether you fashion it into a computer, it's still what it is. And you can never attribute to it in of itself another kind of intelligence. La ilaha illallah. There is no intelligence. There is no supreme intelligence. There is no intelligence except the supreme intelligence. There is no knowing except the all-knowing. There is no wise except the all-wise. There is no love except the all-loving. There is no might except the almighty. La ilaha illallah. Take it or leave it, family. But that's what I stand on. And so to say thou shalt have no other gods before me, for me it makes perfect sense. Not because the words of itself, but for me, one, it tells me that a people who aren't aware, who aren't God conscious, who this commandment is directly talking to, because if you're God conscious, you wouldn't have trouble with this, because it's impossible to have other gods before the supreme God, because they don't exist. Wheresoever you turn your face is the ever-present, the supreme. There's no position, there's no locality, there's no place for another to manifest or to be. In you, through you, in me, through me, wherever you turn your face, manifest oneness. Oneness. This is the principle of our ancestor. This is the principle of our ancestor that we had before distinction was brought into being. Before discrimination came, there wasn't even polarity. If you look in the people who study theology and whatnot, that's one of the things they talk about is the multitudes. You know, those people who have broken the divine into multiples, those who have broken them into, you know, a smaller selection, versus those who have dualized. And none of that has anything to do with supreme existence. Let's continue. Oh man. You know what? I'm gonna play a song because I need to get some more orange juice, and I'll be right back. I'm hoping you're still hanging with me. I'm trying hard, family, to get all this in. I have this wild feeling. Wow, man. This could easily be a part 4 to this. Because there's still a lot of content. But there's a lot of content, folks. So we'll see. We'll see how this works. But in the meantime, let me tell you how I feel about some days. Let me tell you what I feel about some days. All right.
West Man. Assalamu alaikum. How's it going, family? Got a moment? Come walk over, brother. Just got a few things on my chest. You mind if I break bread with you? Just for a minute? 90 shots, 60 to the body, the beast strikes again against the God. A moment of pause. Rest in peace, Jay. The sun can still shine on a rainy day. From where I stand, just another black man striving hard. You understand? I write these bars like the 12 tribes. I vibe when I see we come together. I ride like Maya Angelou, come closer. High five like my Baba. Right. Keep the light on bright. What a righteous mess. How do we fight the stress? They say we are divinely blessed, but the weights are pressed on my chest. My soul is on a journey called life. I sigh as I caress the dark malenated skin through the night. As I look and I see manifestations of one divinity. Breathe. It was inside that I holler to the source of the voice of many waters, beseeching the holy powers, signs and symbols. My rhymes not for the simple. That's me standing outside looking inside the window of the light dome. Wanna need to know. Now watch me flow. Some days I just want to be. Some days I just don't want to see. Yet it's often so clear to me. Sometimes things are just the way they're meant to be. A burden that I must bear, yet one never too hard to bear. In the mirror, sometimes I just look and stare. Oh, you think you're somebody, but what if I told you what you see is only your perception of reality? And nobody cares about the way you think things ought to be. Walk water cautiously, make sure you walk in a way that's drama-free. Somebody pass me the keys to the heavens. My eyes, I see the God everywhere. Especially when I watch the way she moves, especially when I observe the glow of the moon. Meanwhile, back in the noise of the world, the murder, the hatred, the rain falls against the pavement, red and blue lights flash in the distance, black cries, why? It was in that instance I knew the value of life should never be taken for granted. And damn it, the devil's a clear enemy. Yet the light of God, you can handle it. Just hold on to the rope of Allah a little longer and make sure there's a light on in the dome of each one you're standing with. Don't assume or take the risk. The test, the way they're meant for me, the way it's meant to be. After the rain is clear to see. Some days I just want to be, just want to be. Some days I just want to be. Some days I just don't want to see. Yet it's often so clear to me. Sometimes things are just the way they meant to be. The test, the way they meant for me, the way it's meant to be. After the rain is clear to see. Some days I just want to be, just want to be.
All right. Here we go. I'm back. Hope you guys got some orange juice for yourself or something. Something to hold you through. Let's see here. Let me get my screen back. There it is. All right. Man, I'm telling you, this it takes a lot. Listen, I tell people all the time, don't belittle the endeavor of thought, because it requires something from you. You understand? It requires, you got to think about people who've been deep in the study, deep in the pursuit of knowledge for years and years and years and years. And to this day, we benefit off of their work, off of their efforts. You understand? I tell people, we should never consider it a cakewalk of how you got to where you are now. It's annoying to me when I hear people tell me, I did this all by myself. I got here all by myself. You're a liar. There's not one of you that have gotten to where you've gotten all by yourself. If you say that, you are a liar. You are manifesting the characteristics of the devils, because it's impossible for you to even exist all by yourself. You see that you're on a planet. You see that you are born into communities. You see that there's other life forms that exist. And yet somehow you can think inside of your puny brain that's hardly noticeable the minute you zoom out far enough, that you've done this all by, that you've gotten your achievements in life all by yourself. Liar. Quit lying. Always, 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 in every move you make, in that is the hand of the Most High. Manifested through your parents, manifested through your community, and even manifested through your enemies. That's how you got to where you are today. Manifested through your environment, other life forms. You might be surprised. That mouse that scared you away scared you into a path that led you to where you are today. I'll tell you, you got to pay attention to things. You'd be surprised at how something as simple as a bee sting inspired you to take a certain direction in your life. Because you slapped that bee, then you looked up and you saw her, and you're like, oh, well, don't mind if I do marry you then. I'm just saying, family, you got to think outside the box. and realize that there's a bigger picture at hand here. Divine involvement in everything that we do. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. When people talk like that, guess what you're doing? You're breaking commandment number 2 that all of our ancestors adhered to, going all the way back. You're breaking commandment number 2. There's no other God besides the God manifested in all that we do, and all that we are, and all that we were, and all that we will become. I tell people all the time when they use the terms God and goddesses, I said, there's division in that, because even our ancestors knew the difference between the Neter and Amun. If you were to ask any researcher, they will always tell you that Amun represented the Most High or the Supreme, that everything else were manifestations of, or something of that nature, but never the Supreme Being. Beside the Supreme Being, there's no other Supreme. Manifest as you are, what you are, who you are, but understand that always you will be humbled in the presence of Supreme. Real Supreme, not artificial. There's nothing artificial about the Supreme. Just as natural, more natural than you are, is the Supreme. There's nothing artificial about the Supreme. Living life. See, oh man, hang tight, hang tight. Just sit, hang tight. And if you can't play this back, I'm gonna try. I think there's a way I can even break this into parts to where you can jump the different parts on these lives. I've been thinking of going back into some videos and doing that to make it easier for people to pinpoint certain sections. All right, come on, let's go. So let's consider how this is presented to us in what is known as the Ten Commandments. The entire experience narrated of what was intended to convey the stages of our psychological development. As we ascend, we often must return to ourselves in order to assure that we are in order and in compliance with divine law. What I'm saying to you, family, is divine law is personal. Take it personal. You manifest when you are in tune with yourself, when you are on code, when you are in sync with with reality. You manifest the presence of the divine at that time. So you have to look around and ask yourself, are there any gods before you? Is there any object that is interceding between you and you? Or is there just you? When you look out, let me say it this way, so it reduces the ambiguity. When you look out, is there someone looking out with you, or only you looking out? When you reflect, is there someone reflecting alongside you, or is it you that's doing the reflecting? And so when you move, is there someone moving you, or are you moving? I'm talking about when you move, the thoughts of your mind. You're the one that's seeing these things. You're the one that's perceiving. You're the one that's observing. You're the one that's contemplating. Is there anything aside that you can, that are you contemplating, and then there's another contemplating with you that you are aware of? I don't think there is, family. When you look at the bigger picture, you're all one. You're all alone. All one. You're all alone. So what are you waiting for? Many of us are waiting for something to happen. You're waiting for the Messiah. Then why aren't you manifesting the Messiah? Why be of those who wait? Manifest. That's what happened before. When you read the story, it was manifested. And it was manifested upon the one that was possible with. So manifest the conditions that bring such a thing about. What are the conditions? Something that needs to be observed. One of the conditions I can tell you is oneness. Why is oneness so critical? Because it's in oneness that we unify. Oneness in principle that we unify. It was oneness that we began. We began as one community, one people. Before the division, before the introduction of anything else, we were one people. That tells you our nature. We were one people. We had abstract view. What means wholeness, oneness. As things begin, that's how things will conclude. After the announcement of "I am the Lord thy God," that was the first thing. We are given 10 laws. We were given, 9 further laws or commandments. The first commandment, not to have other gods before the supreme God. This is followed by the forbiddance of any graven image. That's what I meant to say. The first commandment is, "Thou shalt not have any other gods before me." The second commandment is the forbiddance of graven images. I want to do something here too. Let's see here. Well, I'll wait for that. Hold on. So, after the announcement of "I am the Lord thy God," we are given 10 laws or commandments. The first being not to have other gods before the supreme God. This is followed by the forbiddance of any graven images. Next, we are warned against taking the name of the supreme God in vain. So I want to try to deal with these 3 commandments for right now. I want to deal with these, as well as the manner in which the 10 commandments are introduced. They're introduced starting with "I am the Lord thy God." There's a first person communication going on here. You see, when those who meditate, one of the aspects to achieve in meditation is to attune one to oneself, to detach from everything that is not self. And in so doing, you understand, you start to become more aware of your true presence versus what you manifest. In that state, you become God conscious. In that state, you become aware of the voice or the presence, the presence of the Most High. It was no different from Musa, to whom the 10 Commandments are associated with. So the first thing, the first stage of enlightenment, the first level that was to be acknowledged: "I am the Lord thy God." That's disqualifying anything else. Understand that. That was disqualifying anything else. But at that moment, the only thing that mattered is, "I am the Lord thy God." That which is the master over you, your body, your form, your Merkabah, captain of the ship, the one who really sees, the one who really hears, the focal point of knowing. Make it personal, because our enemy has taught us to be divided, not just amongst you and me, but to be divided amongst our own self. Our own self. We're divided amongst our own self so much that when we communicate God consciously, we do it in third person, like we're talking to somebody else. We look to the moon, to the stars, to the sea, wherever you're looking at, to talk to the Most High. And yet the Most High is closer to you than your jugular vein. So what you looking in the sky for? What you looking in the sky for? There's planets, stars. You see the big star, the sun, that's big because it's closer to us. You see all that, all manifesting the truth just like you are. So why not make it personal? I am the Lord thy God. The saying, I am the Lord thy God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. After that testification, I am the Lord thy God. Thou shalt have no other gods before, but none other exists. There's only you. This is, I am the Lord thy God. This is a definite declaration, excluding the possibility for there being anything else that might be considered a God. Listen to the words I'm using so you don't catch feelings. All those who like to use the term a God. You ask them, I'm a God, a God. Well, you may not realize this, but when you say that, you're belittling yourself. You're belittling yourself in English. You're belittling yourself in English, and you're cutting yourself off, and you're dividing yourself. Listen to the word self. You're dividing yourself. How's the self divisible? The self is one. You can't divide self. You can't make a partition of self. This is a definite declaration excluding the possibility for there being anything else that might be considered a God. And I believe it's important that we reflect upon this well, because again, often what we have learned through the interpretations of what is intended with saying God, we've learned it from our adversaries. Even just the use of the word God, G-O-D. We've learned these rendered meanings through them. And this can skew, distort, and even render a false perspective in our minds as to what we're even speaking about. See, many of us, there are those amongst us who read the Bibles and Quran seeking answers. There are those of us who use these and any other books, relevant books, as tools. You understand? Tools which to measure with. No different than you pulling out a ruler to measure something. It becomes an instrument to measure, not a book of answers. There's a difference. And why would this be so? Because the minute you're brought into being, you have the presence, you are manifesting the presence, you're living the presence, the breath, the self of the Most High. Instructions included. By nature. But somehow you've been taught that you don't have what you have, that you lack the components, the faculties that you have, because you've been taught to ignore aspects about your nature so that you don't rely on them or reference them, and instead everything becomes third person, everything becomes divided, everything becomes broken apart, in at least in your thinking. Many of us have heard. Let me go back a bit, because I wanted to point something about when I say that part again. There's this, when we say I am the Lord thy God, we're excluding the possibility of for there being anything else that might be considered a God. The key word that was used here, the authenticate that statement, is the use of the definite article in English, the. When you say the before anything, you're disqualifying there being any other additional object of what you're talking about. If I say this is the pin of the house, that means That implies there aren't any other pins of the house. Go get me the pin. If I told you to go get me the pin, if I had multiple pins, you will be confused because you'll wonder, well, which pin do you want? There is a black pin, there is a white pin, there is a green pin. Out of the pins, what do you want? But when you tell me go get the pin, if I understand you correctly, that means there are no other pins in your home. There's only the pin. When you tell me there is that I am the Lord thy God, there's no other Lord thy God to speak of. The definite article is being used here. Definite. Understand the words. Like I said, when people use the indefinite ascribing it to themselves, you're belittling yourself and detaching yourself from existence. Not literally, because that's impossible, but in your thinking. When you are truly God conscious, you don't have that as an issue because you see wholeness. You begin to restore your ancestral gift, utilizing both of your sides of your brain. So much so that they operate as one brain as they once did. It becomes a balance. And you begin to see wholeness in everything, and you only measure when necessary. The leader or the captain of the ship becomes wholeness, oneness. The linear becomes subservient only when necessary, only when something is manifesting, only when you begin to manifest action, such as being charitable, or, excuse me, or such as, weights and measures, anything dealing with weights and measures. That's all linear activity. But rather than you saying, I am a god or goddess, it would be better for you to simply turn your face wherever you look, even closer to you than your jugular vein, and say, there is only the God. Somebody approaches you and asks you what's there, you can honestly tell them, only the God. Understand how you begin to elevate yourself to higher awareness, a higher appreciation of being. What's before you? Only the God. La ilaha illallah. Only the God. There is no God but the God. Before you. When I stand before you, before me. When we stand in the presence of we, us. Many of us have heard and learned of the divine quote when Moshe, Musa is asking the Most High, manifesting words through a burning bush. These are all symbols, by the way. Again, to understand, we need to understand through our natural ability, intuition, and abstract thought, because all of these experiences that we read about biblically, or all of these things, are stories that are relevant, that pertain to our ancestors, nobody else's. And since they pertain to our ancestors, we need to operate in principle the way our ancestors did. We need to think in the way that they did when they encountered the meanings of the symbols that we are reading about. We cannot, our error has been to interpret our tales through the eyes of Western thought, linear thought. Like I said, we need to recognize the benefits and the issues that come with linear thought. Linear thought has to be put in its place. It should never be the captain of the ship. It should never be what moves you. Ultimately, it's simply weights and weights and balances, weights and measures. That's it. It's useful when you are building. It's useful when you're doing business. But when it comes to ascending, when it comes to unifying, then you need to think more wholesomely. So it's citing this I believe it's what is it can't remember the chapter right offhand, but it's verse 13, and I believe it's in a book called Deuteronomy. You'll have to pursue the facts on the source, but in verse 13 of that, Moses said unto God, behold, when I come unto the children of Israel and shall say unto them, let me say this, yeah, when I come unto the children of Israel and shall say unto them, the God of your fathers hath sent me unto you, and they shall say to me, what is his name? Understand that the word asma, like in Arabic, or the words that are implied here, name, even in English, it means the nature of something. You don't just call a rabbit for no reason. But when you say rabbit, you're describing something about its nature. I'll give you an example real quick. Let's see here. I'll give you an example. How about this one? Yeah, that'll do. All right, so what I did here is you have a Labrador retriever and you have a wolf. Those are the English renderings of the name of the animal. In Latin, however, you have Canis lupus for wolf, and you have for the Labrador retriever, Canis lupus familiaris. That's the Latin name. Why is that important in this particular conversation? Because in these names, the reason for these names is there's something in the meaning that is associated with the creature. You see that there's something similar about them, and so they have a similar name. They both use the word canis, you understand, for their genus. Like in our case, the thing that relates us with the um the so-called Neanderthal is the genus Homo. The species that we are, which makes us a different creature altogether, just like the Labrador retriever versus the wolf, they're two different animals, two different creatures with two different lifestyles and habitats. Homo neanderthalis, Homo sapien. Canis lupus, Canis lupus familiaris. That tells you something about what makes that one different. What's distinct about it? What makes it so that it can't just be called Canis lupus? There's something else going on. So I'm saying that so that we can think differently or more refined about the use of names. Because in today's time, we use names like white people do. Our ancestors, when they had names, there was meaning in it. You understand? If they called you something, there was, Amun Ra, there's the meanings in the name. Akhenaten, Akhun, Aten, 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 it's like he is of Aten, a person of Aten. Or before he was Akhenaten, he was Akhenamun. You see? Both of them parts containing meaning. Tutankhamun, Tutankhamun. My name, Abdul Wadud. Or actually it's Abd al Wadud. That's the name. Abd al Wadud. Name, so and in fact, if you, especially the Hebrew brothers will appreciate this. When they were giving their names to children, if you look like biblically, they would say, we are going to name him such and such because of such and such, for he will have such and such. Like in the case of Jacob and Esau, they gave them certain names because of certain things that were going on. When Esau was born, right on his heel was his brother, and so something in his name had to do with the way he was born. You understand? Esau was given his name because of his complexion. The names, they weren't given titles. The naming methodology is different than the way we take on the methodology of naming here. Understand that when it comes to a statement like this. What is his name? I mean, what is his nature? What are we talking about? You're asking me to go to the people and tell them I am that I am. What are you talking about? What do you mean? What is its nature? And in response to that, and he says, what shall I say unto them? In response to that, God said unto Moses, because look, before this, it was just a matter of saying, listen, the God of Adam, the God of Seth, the God of Isaac, the God of, and it would just go on and on like that. They would just go on and on like that. Again, and the God of, the God of, the God of. What do you mean the God of? The supreme self of, the supreme being of, the supreme existence of, the supreme mastery of. And God said unto Moses, I am that I am. Thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, I am hath sent me unto you. And I know many people have had a ball game with these quotes, but I suggest to leave them as they are. You have to remember, this is translated or rendered into English. And as much as we want to cite, uh, the source languages, the perceived source languages like Hebrew and Aramaic and Arabic and things like that, when you bring it into the English language, it's a very rugged path to tread to bring words into this language, because there'll be things that get lost, twisted, corrupted, or altered in meaning. But suffice it to say here, with the case of I am, you have the present tense verb, meaning it's happening right this minute. I am. It's going on right now. Present tense verb, to be. That's what they call it, the verb to be. The present tense first person verb to be, I am. That's the English grammar system right there for you. But we have a habit of doing other stuff with all that. And we got this from our adversaries. And in so doing, it's caused us to lose traction of the significance of these words. I am. Listen to that. Musa goes back to his people and tells them, I am. I'm just saying, family. If you know, Messiah Yeshua said, "He who hath an ear, let them hear." Just listen. Quit dividing. Quit cutting yourself off. Join in. Be of the whole. Stop separating yourself, willfully dividing yourself, willfully seeing yourself as divided, willfully separating yourself. But see yourself, recognize yourself, become aware of yourself as part of the whole. He who knows himself knows his master. The verb to be, I am. This is an affirmation, affirmation of present tense verb. The verb describes an action, something happening. In this case, actively happening in the immediate moment. I am is a word of existing, being, manifesting. While I have heard, like I said, many follow this I am quote up with words that they believe are implied. I personally believe this quote needs no implication at all. The quote in and of itself is quite clear in its own context. I am, I be, I exist. When we study the words that have been used quoting the Most High when giving attributes to himself, we find each of these attributes complementing I am. And when I said himself, use that very loosely. I'm not talking about some man or woman anywhere. What if I told you that both of you are wrong? Those who say that the Most High is a female, those who say that the Most High is a male. You've fallen into the same tricks that the enemy has been perpetuating throughout time. The Most High has no polarity. The Most High is I am. Stop making these divisions. Stop making these separations. Let me tell you this: in the languages that these people that is being used here, the terms that are used aren't in the context here are not sexual based. They're principle based because you're talking about a personality versus a thing. Had you been talking about a thing, then like in Arabic, for example, in Arabic, kul huwallahu ahad, say, huwa is usually translated as he is the God, the one. Okay, but huwa as opposed to hiya, he huwa he, hiya her. When you're talking about a man and a woman, huwa then means him, the man, he, the man. Hiya means her, the woman. But hiya kitabun. Kitab is a book. Is a book a female? All right, kitabat or maktabat. That's the word I want to use. Maktabat. Maktabat is like an office, something you go into. Listen to that. Anytime you hear a word that has a sound at the end of it, there's a term called ta marbuta. It's like a bow tie shaped letter, almost like a bow tie. It's seen as a feminine word. And it will always apply to females because females are feminine, they're women. But also certain objects are described as feminine. Let me see if I can give you an example of something that's feminine and masculine. All right. This is masculine in electrical science or whatnot, electrical terminology. This is masculine. This is a male jack. This is a female to male jack. All that's being implied here when it comes to a male jack versus a female jack is that the male has something that goes into the female jack. That's how you know. Your wall outlets in your house are all female jacks. The plug that goes into the wall is a male jack, but neither the plug or the outlet are human male and females. These are terms used to talk about the nature of objects. The reason why the Most High in the supreme being is neither male or female, but rather manifest male and female, is because the Most High is not in anything nor out of anything. I am. The Most High is. That's it. That's why you can't put any of these materialized renderings to I am, because none of them apply. The minute you talk about a thing, you're no longer talking about I am. That just is what it is. I am. So you're both wrong. And I'm not saying that to be small, to belittle anyone, but just look around. Just look within. It's your body that's female. You manifest a female mentality. It's your body that's male, and you manifest a male mentality. But the spirit, the breath that animates both you and I is one and the same. There is no distinction between that which has animated you and allowed your Merkaba to go versus mine. It's one and the same. One and the same. So in this case, when you're talking about hua versus hia, him, self versus herself, none of the humanized renderings apply when you're talking about supreme self, supreme being. They don't apply. Let me break this down further. Again, when we study the words that have been used quoting the Most High when giving attributes to himself or the supreme self or I am, we find each of these attributes complementing I am. For example, I am reality. Reality is not male or female. The reality. I am life, the ever living, the infinite, the eternal one. I am the existence. I am the absolute. All these have nothing at all to do with gender. You understand? These are, literally reality, truth. And you are just as much subjected to reality as the tree, as the animal that you see. What makes us distinct from all of these is that divine breath, which is the same for you as it is for me. There is no distinction between that which has caused you to be. There is no distinction. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. And that's reality, family. That might bust a lot of bubbles because, we're in a day and age where we're really trying to snap out of it. And there is a big flow of brothers and sisters who have harnessed and embraced these words, ascribing them as being gods and goddesses, which in ways there is truth and no error in the implications. Okay. But like I said, there is a difference between the definite article and the indefinite article. There is a difference between that. I also understand the reference points that are trying to be attached to ancestrally. We understand that, like for example, in ancient Kemetic thought, certain terms were used. But check this out: the term neter applies to both so-called gods and goddesses. There is no netera or neteri. It's just neteru. That's it. I'm just going to put that there. There's no term that would disassociate one applying for the other versus the other. The only thing you have is context. You know that offset, which offset, that form of the word is feminine versus asar. You understand? In and of those words, and these both of these are ascribed to being netteru, but both of them are considered netteru. You understand? There's not, like I said, aset is not called netteri or nettera. It's just netteru. Asar is not called netterun or something else. This netteru or netter, singular. Both of them singular. Collective netteru. So there's only the God of you, of me. When I stand before you, there's only the God, family. When you stand before me, there's only the God. And whether we stand before each other or not, there's only the God. That's it. I am reality, the reality. I am life, the ever living, the infinite, the eternal one. I am the existence. I am the absolute. There is nothing else. There is nothing else. A lot of these things that you hear people talking about, multiverses and things like these, are imaginative. You can perceive where the potential for something of truth to be there because we've already mentioned the God. I am the infinite, which means that knowledge is infinite. And the fact that we can even think of these things implies that there is truth in it. But you have to understand that just like our brains, we have partial perceptions in this world. We have some ways to go to restore the sense of wholeness. Wow, 4 hours, almost 4 hours. I don't know, family. I'm seeing part four written all through this because this man. I have to. I mean, it's no other way around it. It's already 4 hours. I mean, it'd be different if there was full-time wages for something like this. Then it'd be easier for me to do because then I'd have time because I'd know that there's sustenance, being provided for. Then I could say, okay, well, that's one thing I don't have to worry about for the time being. I'm on the job, and the supporters are supporting me, so I can continue doing this job. But I can't because the proper support currently isn't available. Um, I wonder if I gotta dig up some drama or something to talk about, right? Because maybe if I dig up some drama, it'll draw attention. But then again, that wouldn't be Quest Man, would it? Because I'm the type of person, I just like to keep it real. I like to tell you the real, true thoughts. No gimmickry. No, what's his angle? There isn't any, except for the shape of my arms. And there's an angle there. There's an angle there. That's the only angles you're gonna find. And the only reason why I'm talking this is because for me, I believe it's essential that there has to be contemplative thought dialogue. The light dome. There has to be, family. Man. just thinking here because I want to. Man, I'm just scrolling for. I'm this. This is all content right here. This is all content. Okay, let me see here. Let's see, where did I put it? Is this it? Nope. I think this is it right here. Bear with me here. I'm trying to. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that. All right. And I'll do it again later, but I want to build on I want to build on this part now, since it's connected into where we're going so far with this. Getting back into the right brain, left brain part of the conversation, which I believe is essential to understand, because I believe that part of our endeavor needs to be to restore balance. It's the reason why these folks exist to begin with. You need to understand the dynamics. Reason, folks, reason. You don't exist in vain. You're not here willy-nilly. You're not here just to have a blast. You're part of a whole dynamic going on. There's a whole bigger operation going on here, family. Macro and micro. To make that happen, certain events must play out, must come to pass. Nothing going on here is random. Nothing that you see happening here, whether it's agreeable, comfortable, or otherwise, everything has a part destined to be played. Nothing is random. And people who are truly conscious are fully aware of this. So understand that adversaries, though there be amongst these, it remains that it is essential. The method of elevation that we need to obtain would be impossible had these not exist. Had they not exist, it would be impossible for us to achieve what is necessary for us to reach the next level, because we would have lacked the experience. And that's part of why we exist here on this planet, is to obtain a certain quality of experience that can only be had by manifesting as a human being. It's something that nothing else on this planet is capable of achieving. And primarily because of our nature. Um, the brain, family, the brain. Of all things that of all things that you'd be surprised at where you'll find some interesting information. It's not always where you think it's going to be. Somehow your brother was watching this, and it just so happened to be that in it was content relevant to what's going on here. I talked about this at the beginning of this particular live today when I was speaking of modern day false gods, modern day idolatry. One of them being the worship of female body parts, which is, I mean, rampant in today's time. See, there's a difference between appreciating the female, the woman, the sister, versus idolizing her body. Perhaps we can deal with that in another subject matter on The Black We Speak, brought to you by Soul Journey of Life. But let's take a look at this section. So here, let me press play. Let me make sure I'm in the right spot. What's interesting, again, when they are at their best, they do have some profound linear thoughts. But what we need to do is to be able to take that and see what its equivalent is in the abstract realm, in the abstract world. Listen.
Function of sexual gratification. Now, when I started to think about the content of this video, the first thing that came to my mind was Liam McGilchrist's Master and His Emissary, which is one of my favorite work in this genre. Here, he tries to give an account of West's cultural history in the light of hemispheric specialization. The first part of the book is dedicated to presenting the differences between how each hemisphere perceives and brings world into being. The second part is about analysis of how the left hemisphere, which is in essence the emissary of the right master hemisphere, gradually came to be autonomous. Now, the basic differences relevant to this video between hemispheres is as follows. Right hemisphere is responsible for global attention, recognition of the whole as a gestalt, an emergent property which cannot be reduced to its constituent parts, perceiving living things, openness to new experience, intuition, and empathy. On the other hand, left hemisphere's attentional mode is local and concrete. It perceives world as composed by individual building blocks. It understands world methodologically and analytically, and is blind to the whole. For example, if right hemisphere is presented with this picture, it would instantly recognize an H and a 4, whereas all left hemisphere can see is the mass of E's and 8's. Now, because the hemispheric balance is tilted towards the left hemisphere, according to McGilchrist, we live in a left hemisphere dominant world, where functions of the right hemisphere become irrelevant. Therefore, the domination of left hemisphere results in the world of technocracy, excessive digitalization, division and hyperspecialization of disciplines, atomization and pathological individualization of society, and destruction of grand meta-narratives that try to understand the world as a whole rather than a mass of disorganized fragments. Now, regarding the right hemisphere function, it is worth touching the famous...
Okay, so let me go back to this. On this chart, or this depiction here, you see some things that, if you reflect upon all that we've been talking about so far, are in many ways confirming, what's been said about the right versus the left. It's known through psychological evaluations that the melanated people are predominantly right brain. This is a study that they do. You can look it up. Melanated people are predominantly right brain, while the non-melanated people are predominantly left brain. And if you look, you will see these features relevant in the respective host. The right brain, as you see, global attention, that means the whole. Remember that wholeness I was telling you about? Seeing, recognizing, identifying with the wholeness, recognition of the whole, recognition of living things, of life, appreciation of life. That's why I said, look, you don't have to. You could doubt what I'm saying. You're free to, be critical or whatever. But just look at the evidence that's relevant, that's available. Before the domination of the world by the white race, you didn't hear about corruptions of ozone layers. You didn't hear about the pollution and corruptions of the natural environments. There weren't issues about certain animals becoming extinct because of human involvement. None of these things happened prior to their rule. When they ruled is when you find everything manifesting like you see on the left side of the brain. So, recognition of living things, this clearly was what was going on prior towards the rule of white people. And again, this isn't to hate on anybody. I'm simply expressing this because we've already mentioned that when things are not in their proper place, when is not balance, you have chaos. Right now, if you look in the world, you see nothing but chaos. And let me ask you, if you want to tell me the truth, my white allies, or those who might be white amongst the listeners, who is who is responsible for the hostilities of the world today? The world is facing nuclear crisis. Is it the melanated people who are responsible for any of this? Are we at the commanding end of any of this? Who's responsible for the hostilities that could potentially wreak untold havoc in the world? Who's responsible for this death rampage? If you're honest, you're going to speak like some of the people who have been speaking honestly amongst you. Recognition of living things, openness to new experiences, intuition, like I've said many a times, they're saying it here too, empathy. This is the reason. I'm just telling you, family, we don't have to go too far for the evidence. Like I said, they've knocked us senseless, choked us out, murdered us. And somehow, some way, rather than, responding with the tremendous hostilities that they probably deserve, we continue again and again and again to empathize. Don't you see us in this? Don't you see the distinction that's clear? Then look at the left side. Local attention. Notice the cameras everywhere? They want to keep an eye on everything that we do. Local attention. Perception of the world as composed by individual building blocks. Look at the world everywhere that the British Empire, even the American Empire, has placed foot. Before they did, those borderlines did not exist. When you had empires like the Oyo, the Shanti, and so on in Africa, they didn't have any borderlines like this. You just knew where the heart of that community was. You didn't have these borderlines. There was no borderline between Benin. There was no borderline between Gambia and Senegal. These divisions have come into being under the rule of Western imperialism. For those of you that doubt what's meant by saying devil, I ask you, when you understand that the key instrument or tool of a devil is to divide and conquer. We, have lived all across the world. We've been tribes, we've been nations, we've had all these type of things, but when it came to responding to each other, the divided element wasn't there. The feuds weren't based upon, the things that divide us today. And the things that divide us today are divisions that were put in upon us. When the Portuguese invaded the west coast of Africa, they assuaged the empathies, the interest of the different peoples and created division amongst them. They inflamed the differences so much that it became volatile. Prior to that, while there had been there's different things that were going on that amounts to warring and fighting, it wasn't on the basis that ones like the Portuguese introduced. And the Portuguese literally played them. They would disguise themselves on one side as British, and then come as Portuguese on the other side, like they're, we're your allies, and we're your allies. And really, they're playing each tribe against themselves. And then when they create these borderlines, they create them right in the heart of where important unity may have been relevant, irrespective of how the people there felt about those borders. Can you imagine to this day people living in Ghana and people living next door, when at one time the borderline that they were living at, they saw each other as same, but now because of this borderline, now they have an artificial perspective of one another? Well, you're not from Ghana, or you're not from this silly stuff that didn't exist because of the colonization by left brain dominant people. So perception of the world as composed by individual building blocks. Perceiving dead objects. Oh man. That's man. I feel exhausted just by thinking about the things I could speak on about that. Attuned at understanding static and decontextualized objects. Like I said, it's from them that a lot of the labeling and branding all across the world has come to pass. It's also the same reason why a lot of the greatest inventions have been stolen from us, because while we valued the invention, we didn't treasure the way they treasure the patents. You understand? The naming of it, the identity given to the things we invented. And so a lot of our inventions, our music, our songs have been robbed from us because of the tricks that they played. And they reject new experiences. Go figure. And how many amongst us have succumbed to these mentalities? It would bring about a new experience for us to unify as a people, for us to insist upon self-determination. It would bring about a new experience to see the opportunities that lie before us. Now, check this out. Again, what I am pointing out here is not to favor one side of the brain over the other, but just as the individual even pointed out, the right brain is designed to be, it's in its nature to be the master over the left brain. So you could say, check this out. By nature, if they were to if they didn't have their nukes or ways to force you against your nature, they would be subjected to the melanated people naturally. The only way they can rule over you is by terrorization. If they cannot terrorize you into fearing them, making you see them as what? Gods, aside from the God, then what? They rule over you. Is that the natural flow and ebb of things? Ebb and flow of things? No, it's not. Because the moment, if they were to cease to have any tools with which to exercise their tyranny and their systemic racism, there'd be no way they could rule over you. And in fact, because of your nature, because the the dynamic of what comes from us through our nature, inventions, and things of all of this, we would naturally be the rulers. If they put down their weaponry, by nature, we would rise up as rulers. We wouldn't have to do anything other than be us. Look at the map here. Look at the chart. All we would have to do is be us. No shots fired. They're afraid of us ruling because they think we will be them. They think we will do what they do. Now, albeit there might be a handful of us that because we've been under their knee for so long, that some of their behaviors might still be in us. And to be honest with you, there might be some deserving of it. So whatever you're afraid of is what you would have actually deserved. That's just keeping it real. But, like I said, when you have the right brain mastering over the left brain, you notice that word at the bottom there, empathy. If we are allowed to be us in this land, fully 100% who we are, you wouldn't have anything to worry about. You wouldn't have anything to worry about. Mr. White Man and Mr. White Woman and Mrs. White Woman. Because empathy would be the thing in us that would save you. But the thing about empathy, because of it being associated with the path of emotions, you would have to be of those who've demonstrated a reason to be respectful. If you've noticed, whenever anyone amongst them come respectful, we return respect. I've watched cops get on the court, play basketball, and kid around and hee hee ha ha hardy ha ha, and everybody in the neighborhood, they're all getting along, and it's like, oh yeah, showing respect, because that's just who we are. But who can forget when you see people losing their lives in cold blood? Family members, someone's child, someone's parent, someone's brother or sister. Who can forget these things? Our objective, family, is to be able to have such a mastery over our minds so that we can properly apply the proper actions in our life with the proper balance. It's not yang that should be pursued, but it should be yin being pursued by yang. In other words, yin is the master, yang is the servant. And that's not an arrogant or a pride thing. That's a things in their proper place. You want to see the world restored and healed? Then you need to restore the melanated people in this land. You need to allow us to resurrect and, in effect, be reborn to a better generation manifesting our nature. And the people that come out of that will have the intuition, as you see, of the proper things to do to move on. They will see all the relevant information, all the latest advancements and achievements, but will know what is essential for the progress of the globe. Global attention, like it says there. And again, even you enemies would likely not have anything to fear, except for those who just won't come correct. Because otherwise, those who, like I said, those who approach with kindness will likely be received with kindness. But hopefully, because of our mastery of the balance, we won't fall for the okie doke again. Because if you remember, it was kind of empathy that got us into this place in the first, that got us into this situation in the first place. We empathized. We saw a brotherhood in them. And got uh our whole people, a whole people messed up from all of that. And we didn't. And if you look at the of the stories, of the facts, we didn't take it willingly, and we still aren't taking it willingly, for the record. When you look at the different fights, different confrontations that happened, that has happened, nobody was taking this L willingly, and we're still nursing the wounds. Yeah. So let me do that. So family, wow. 4 hours. I'm not sure who's still up, but I'm going to put this in there in case anybody has any questions or comments of today's um episode. I'm going to have to tell you there will be have to be a fourth part to this. Um, that's how extensive it is. And the next one will likely have the title "The Making of False Gods" Part 4. The mind of God is sacred will be the title. The mind of is the mind of the God is sacred. That's the wording I need to use. Mind of the God is sacred. And hopefully, as I'm looking at this, that'll be the whole of these episode the episodes. Because man, this it's exhausting. I'm sitting here like, whew, man. This is no cakewalk. You know, they say, and this is a story that's been said, that um when the Prophet Muhammad was bestowed Quran, that like his heart was real heavy, and that when inspiration would come to him, he would perspire greatly, and even shake and tremble sometimes, right? In the case of Moshe, you understand, um when he came into an area of sacred ground, even that shook him up. My point is that, you know, when you are inspired, when you are moved, when you are moved with sacred information, sacred knowledge, it's not light at all. It's not light as in weight value. It's light as in illuminating, but it's heavy. You understand? And it takes a lot out of a person to exert the energy, you know, to be able to reflect on these things. takes a lot, family. But like I said, it's a job that must be done. It's a job that must be done. There has to be those amongst us who have this kind of conversation that is not um partisan, if you would. I mean, it's easy for me to sit here and talk to you about the doctrine, if you would, of Islam. And in ways, maybe that's going on, but not in the way that the world renders it. Because at the same token, perhaps I could even say that the voice of a true Christian is spoken as well. And the voice of a Hebrew brother is spoken as well. Or the voice of, some of the Kemetic teachings is spoken as well through this mannerism. But what's being spoken, I believe, defies these labelings at all. At least the worldly renderings of these labels. Something that I could never be on board with. How can I be on board with something that limits when I look out and I see limitlessness? I see knowledge, I mean, literally without an end. I see us being invited to an abode that has no borders, that has no confinements. So how can I think in a way that has confinements? I simply say, like my mother says, each to their own. And the idea that I would, if I did propagate anything, is always going to be unity. That whatever you do in your life, to look into the steps that lead to true unity. If the unity is artificial or wanting, then I would say reevaluate what you're on. Reevaluate your foundation. Reevaluate the tools at your disposal. Because maybe there's something wanting. If it's preventing you from true unity with your people, with you, with your kindred. And I'm not just talking about kindred of the body either. Merkaba, mind, body, soul. I'm talking about kindred on all three levels, all three aspects. Because some people may be just kindred of the body, but enemies of the mind. You understand? So these are real times, family. These are real times. I appreciate all those who have been viewing this. I do petition for your support, because, like I said, it's very helpful. Especially if you can acknowledge that this is a job, this is a task, this is a duty. And just like our ancestors, they had certain occupations where people had to do things like this, but the community would provide the proper resources or whatnot and provisions to make sure that they were capable of continuing to do the job. That's why I'm saying to help a brother out with the donations and the Cash App and the PayPal and stuff, not just because of a cash grab, but because, look, this is something that needs to be done. It's a job that has to be done. And here it is that I'm striving hard to do it. And it is time consuming and it is laborsome. So, as they say, you should give a person their due wages for the labor that they perform. We are a community. If we benefit off of something, we should desire to compensate for the benefit. And that's for anybody. If I go to your shop and eat in your restaurant, I need to pay you for your services because you're there laboring. If I go to your dentist's office or if I go to your pharmacy, I need to pay you for your service, your barber shop, whatever it is. You pay the people for their services. That's what it's about. It just so happens to be that the nature of this type of thing here is voluntary. And so even the nature of people who might be interested in compensating is voluntary. But it's real. It's really happening. And it's really, the type of task that it is. Like I said, some people amongst us have to have this type of talk, have to talk in this way. We're not robots. You understand? And while there is a degree of programming that's essential for us, that comes from us, that's about us, we also have to have the ability to have freedom of thought. There are rules to that, but we have freedom of thought in order to be able to attain new realizations. Just like the thing said here, like the map said, openness to new experiences. And you can't expect new experiences without having to not just the new experience, but to be open to the new experiences without having the ability or the cognitive ability to be receptive to them, you know, and to have a kind of perception to benefit from the experience and, you know, interact with it. Because if everybody's locked into these bubbles and cases and rigid structures, where's the growth at? How do you elevate when you're boxed in? Yeah, like I say, in a box, in a structure, there's a measure of state safety. You're safe when you're inside your home, generally speaking. When you go out is when you are at risk of the elements in the different experiences. But also, you become aware of things that you could not become aware of while stuck in your box. You can see the storm coming. You could even see if there's something that could be coming to destroy your home. You wouldn't know of that being stuck in a home, being stuck in the box. So some of us have to make the journey. Not everybody's not everybody is a settler. Some of us are migrants. Some of us migrate and travel abroad and go. And from that we, you know, attain certain experiences and knowledge that could not be attained any other way. And I mean that on all levels, mentally, spiritually, physically. Travel. Those of you that have the knack for that, travel. Because like I said, I know everybody, doesn't have the desire to do. We don't all have the same task, the same agenda when it comes to our part to play in the gist of humanity. So yeah, I definitely encourage you, like, share, subscribe. I'd like to see this channel have 1,000 plus subscribers or whatnot. But I understand that, like I said, these type of conversations, they don't draw mass attention. You understand? There's not something that draws mass attention. You understand that I need to have drama or some type of doom and gloom content, which there is in this field of thought, or this way of thought. There's things that could be discussed and go over, but just like with anything, there has to be inspiration. Don't like anything done in an artificial way, or in a way that would seem forced, or not in the proper time or space, or not. It's like anything. You clock in when it's time to clock in, and you clock out when it's time to clock out. That's how work goes in cases like this. There's a time to begin, a time to end. And speaking of which, yeah, I want to say that I am actively looking for people to help support Soul Journey of Life, and I'm not just talking about donations alone, but also advertisements and other what do you call it, sponsorships and things like that, from businesses, all that. That's what Soul Journey of Life needs to be able to exist. And we need platforms like this to be able to hold our own, and to have our own circle of of information like this and other types. So family, yeah, that's enough for now. I do appreciate all those who have viewed this. Like, share, and subscribe. Let's keep this going, because there's a lot of work to be done, family. So, like I said, support the effort, because there's a lot of work to be done. We need to keep the light on. Bottom line. Okay. This is your brother Abdul Wadud, aka Questman, live, Soul Journey of Life, Conscious Black social media. Just making sure the light works. And with that said, I bid you salam alaikum, rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, shalom, peace and blessings, hotep, love, grace, compassion. Let that be what you obtain in this life of yours, in ours. Well, take care, family, and have a blessed rest of your day. Okay.
Welcome to your wake-up call. Soul Journey of Life, Conscious Black social media.
The light don't